Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 51. This is an ensemble piece. The director picked up the viewfinder hanging around his neck and stared at Meg Tilly for a moment. Not bad, her face is suitable for film. Which school did you study acting at? The director asked Meg. I studied ballet, at Skidmore College. The director raised an eyebrow. You must be a very good dancer. She injured her back and can't do professional ballet anymore, so she transitioned to acting, Ronald quickly explained for Meg. The director wanted to cast some less successful loser actors for this hot lunch, so Meg Tilly's professional ballet background wasn't an advantage, but rather a disadvantage. However, adding the experience of injury and significant setbacks would bring her closer to the role. That's alright, let's audition her. Ronald's answer demonstrated an understanding of the film, which greatly pleased the director. He needed someone to oversee the casting process. The director thought to himself, I'll call him back for the next casting call and see if his idea was just a fluke or if he really has a talent for casting. So giving his girlfriend a small role wasn't a bad idea. After all, she was a ballet dancer, and there were quite a few ballet scenes in the film. You're playing a ballerina flirting with a boy she likes, Director Alan Parker instructed Meg on the spot, without giving her a script. You start like this, and then, Ronald, you go over and act it out, like this. Ronald put down the script he was reading. The newly photocopied script was still warm. He walked to the door, stood there, and smiled at Meg Tilly. Meg was a little nervous. She did 2 ballet warm-up moves, then raised her arms to prepare, indicating she was ready. The director told her to begin. Raising her arms, Meg performed 2 ballet spins, then stood still, lifting one leg to hold her position, like a proud swan. Ronald feigned appreciation, remarking, luckily, she wore the right shoes today. Meg then stopped, picked up her bag, and walked past Ronald, deliberately making a slight physical contact. Ronald looked at her in surprise. Meg stopped at the door, giving Ronald a look that signaled him to follow. Ronald paused, then smiled knowingly half a second later and followed her out. Meg's acting was somewhat deliberate. The flirting scene felt unnatural. After all, she hadn't received formal acting training, Ronald thought. Ronald, you acted well. Are you studying acting? The director seemed to appreciate Ronald's acting more. I studied directing and portrait photography, Ronald quickly denied, wanting to give Meg the opportunity. Meg hasn't received professional acting training. She was a contracted dancer with a Connecticut ballet, but had to retire due to injury, Ronald explained to the director. Director, Meg's background is a good fit for your film. She's perfect for playing a ballet student, and your film needs a lot of young ballet extras. It's estimated that Meg's acting skills aren't quite up to the standard for a lead role yet, but she's good enough for an extra role in a union card. A 1-day contract, meeting the union's minimum wage, would qualify her to apply for membership in the Screen Actors Guild. Call me Alan, or Mr. Parker, not Mr. Director. Director Alan Parker chuckled from the side. I don't want to be called some old studio guy. She still has some acting issues. Have her enroll in an acting training course for a while. Anyway, I'll at least give her a Taft-Hartley, the director promised. What Taft-Hartley? Ronald didn't understand. Meg Tilly quickly tugged at him and whispered, Taft-Hartley means equal treatment. The director will give me a 1-day contract, and after that, I'll automatically enjoy the same treatment as union members for a month. A month is enough for my union application to be approved. To get into the entertainment industry, Meg had thoroughly researched all the details involved. It's the name of the senator who passed a bill, that's what we usually call them in the industry, Margaret from the casting studio added to Ronald. I'll enroll her in an acting training course, Mr. Parker, Ronald assured the director. Being one of the lead roles was 100 times better than being an extra. Alan Parker took 2 standard contracts from his bag, filled in Meg Tilly's name and the number of days for 1 day of performance, and wrote down $225 a day, the union's minimum wage. Then he handed them to Meg Tilly to sign. This is a 1-day employment contract. Take this contract, and an agent will be willing to represent you. Have him sign it, then bring me a copy. That way, you can use it to apply for Screen Actors Guild membership." Meg took the contract and excitedly hugged Ronald. "Filming for Hot Lunch won't start for a while, Meg. You should focus on learning acting first. If you improve, you can audition for major roles." "Thank you, Mr. Parker." While he went out to call Meg, a large pile of photos was put back on the table. Ronald glanced at them and, sure enough, the people in the photos were not as pretty and confident as the original batch. They all had a bit of a loser vibe. "I like this one, and this one." The director shoved some photos aside. "We can arrange auditions for these. I will arrange them, but I think these aren't enough, especially for extras." "Have you considered auditioning students from performing arts high schools?" Margaret replied. Yes, I need some real people. Students from performing arts high schools are natural actors, which is great. We'll invite them for auditions as soon as possible." "Okay, but most of them aren't members of the Screen Actors Guild, so we don't have their audition photos." "I'll arrange an on-site audition with this school." "Ronald, come with me. We need your photography skills." The slightly older employee called to Ronald and led him to another room. "I'm Julia Taylor. I work at the casting studio," she introduced herself to Ronald. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Taylor. I'm Ronald Lee." Julia was a middle-aged woman, a little older, with a very kind smile, like the aunt everyone has. She always had a knack for making those she spoke to feel comfortable and at ease. "I heard from Margaret that you hadn't met director Alan Parker before." "Yes, this is the first time I've met him." "Do you know he's the director of last year's film Midnight Express? The screenwriter Oliver Stone won the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay." "Oh, it's him." Ronald smiled sheepishly. "I worked on a film set last year, and I haven't had a chance to see many of the films yet." "That's all right. I can represent the casting studio and offer you a contract photographer position. You can come here once a week to take photos of actors who need updated audition photos. It'll be $40 per person per session, starting with the auditions for Hot Lunch." "That's a pretty fair price. I don't have to worry about finding clients or doing marketing, I just need to take photos," Ronald thought to himself. "Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I will provide you with top-notch audition photos. Director Alan Parker seems to admire you. He has offered to have you participate in the next audition for Hot Lunch. If you're willing to accept," and Julia Taylor paused, looking directly at Ronald. Ronald didn't quite understand Julia's implication. "If there's anything I can do to help, Ms. Taylor, Director Alan Parker is English, and we hope to provide him with comprehensive casting services, recommending the best New York actors possible. In New York, no one knows film casting better than us, so if the director meets with other casting agencies, he might not receive professional service. I'll write down the names of the other casting agencies the director meets and then come back to tell you, Ms. Taylor." So he was worried about competitors poaching his clients. Secretly informing on him was no problem, after all, he worked for them. Julia Taylor smiled with satisfaction. "Come here, and we'll sign a cooperation agreement with you. Generally, the casting process involves us making an initial selection from our pool of actors, then recommending about 5 actors for each role to the director, who then decides who is suitable and invites them for auditions." After signing the agreement, casting director Julia Taylor explained the workflow to Ronald. "However, this Hot Lunch is an ensemble piece. There are 8 main characters, a dozen or so supporting roles, and over 100 extras. So we'll be organizing a special audition with the High School of Performing Arts in New York, where the director will select from among the high school students. You'll be taking photos of each student auditioning on site. For those selected by director Alan Parker, you need to make a special record and bring them back to us for archiving. We'll call you with a specific schedule. What's your phone number?" Ronald gave out his phone number and also noted down the casting studio's number. He and Julia checked it off, clarifying their responsibilities. "Go ahead, you can celebrate with your girlfriend today." Ronald found Meg Tilly, who was chattering happily with Margaret like a little bird. The two said goodbye to the director, exchanged phone numbers, and then skipped out of the casting studio. "Were you chosen? What were the director's requirements? Why can they go in?" "That's not fair." The teenagers at the door surrounded the two, concerned. Seeing he couldn't get away anytime soon, Ronald loudly announced, "I'm a photographer, not an actor. I'm here to submit audition photos. I heard from the casting studio that this film will have open auditions. Any student from a performing arts high school has a chance to participate. A buzz of discussion erupted in the crowd, and some people rushed to the nearby phone booths to make calls. Ronald seized the opportunity and quickly slipped away with Meg Tilly. Ho-ha ho-ha, Meg ran like a little dove, arms outstretched. Ronald chased after her, scooped her up, and they spun around several times. They stopped and gazed at each other for a long time. Ronald, thank you. Meg's voice became exceptionally soft, and Ronald could almost feel her pounding heart. You're too busy thanking me. It's nothing, you're just suited for the film industry. Meg simply wrapped her arms around Ronald's neck, jumped up, and kissed him several times. I'm so happy, Ronald, it feels like a dream, Meg said gently, looking into Ronald's eyes. Ronald hugged Meg, inhaling her pleasant scent, and was momentarily intoxicated. Yesterday I was a desperate former ballet dancer, and today I've got a formal contract with a production team. I've officially entered the industry. You've helped me do all this, thank you, Meg said, her voice tinged with emotion, resting her head against Ronald's. Tomorrow you might be a big star. Ronald gently embraced her, and they kissed. The casting studio wasn't far from home, and the two, running quickly, had already reached the artist's apartment, but Meg didn't want to go upstairs yet. Ronald, could you take me to see the South Shore Piers in Manhattan first? I've been working hard dancing since I came to New York, and I haven't been to the Statue of Liberty yet. Sure, no problem. I often take the boat past the Statue of Liberty. I can be your guide. After the afternoon tour, we can go see a movie, and then buy some food and wine tonight to celebrate your entry into the industry. Ronnie, you're so kind. Meanwhile, in the casting room that afternoon, casting directors Julia Taylor and Margaret saw off director Alan Parker. What do you think Alan is up to? Why did he give us a wrong script? Margaret asked. I still don't understand his intentions. Maybe the script is constantly being revised, or maybe he wants to replace us with another casting director, Julia Taylor said seriously, her previous smile gone. So, should we continue casting for him according to the revised plan? Continue. Don't worry too much, I've already placed an informant inside the director. Chapter 52 The American Dream. Ronnie, Meg said, picking up her ice cream and shoving it into Ronald's mouth. Ronald licked it and took his own cone. The two waited for the ferry at Battery Park Pier at the southern tip of Manhattan. This was the southernmost point of Manhattan Island, with the Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island not far away. Unlike the orange passenger cargo ferries to Staten Island, the Loop Line ferries were for individual tourists, painted sky blue. Soon, Ronald and Meg were in line, boarding the ferry and enjoying the view from the deck. The Statue of Liberty is a federally administered national park, and visiting the statue is free. However, the ferry to the island costs money, and American capitalists always find a way to circumvent the rules. The ferry first docked at another small island, Ellis Island. This was a quarantine point for new immigrants in the early years. Starting in the last century, millions of immigrants were quarantined on the island, gazing at their dream of a new continent. The only tall building that new immigrants could see on the island was the Statue of Liberty on neighboring Liberty Island. Through the window panes, they gazed at the Statue of Liberty, dreaming of their future American dream. This is a common theme in many Hollywood movies. Ronald and Meg, too, looked at the Statue of Liberty, contemplating their American dream. The ferry continued its journey, and as the statue drew closer, Ronald grew somewhat disappointed. The statue, dilapidated and worn, looked dirty. After disembarking at the pier, a long walkway stretched out before them. Meg, seeing the Statue of Liberty for the first time, was very excited. Ronald, too, kept his eyes fixed on the statue as they walked slowly. A gust of wind blew by, and Ronald thought he saw the statue's right arm, holding the torch, sway slightly. Meg, look at the statue's hand holding the torch. Am I seeing things? It does seem to be swaying, Meg agreed. This gift from the Americans in 1886 was nearly 100 years old. Its age was truly frightening. Just like the land beneath their feet, many businesses operate precariously. One wrong step and Ronald and Meg were a little scared and didn't dare climb up to visit. They wandered around the island, taking many photos. Taking the ferry back to Lower Manhattan, they went to a movie theater and chose to watch The China Syndrome. Besides the name being somewhat related to them and the lead actress being Jane Fonda, the movie had another strange aspect. The China Syndrome actually had nothing to do with China. It was about an accident at a nuclear power plant in America, where the reactor core melted down and leaked. The harmful substances, without any obstruction, could burn a hole through the earth, directly to China on the other side, leaking nuclear waste to China on the other side of the Earth. Therefore, this serious nuclear accident was called the China Syndrome. A dozen days after the movie's release, the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant accident occurred, causing a national uproar. The movie became a prophecy. It suddenly became famous and did very well at the box office. Ronald went to buy Coke and popcorn, and when he returned, Meg was nowhere to be found. Looking around, he found Meg Tilly staring blankly at a poster by the door. Quietly approaching her from behind, he discovered she was looking at a poster for the New York City Ballet. Late April was approaching, and the ballet's spring season was just around the corner. This year, the New York City Ballet had poached Mikhail Baryshnikov, the principal dancer from American Ballet, and his image was featured on the poster. To make him an instant star, they had spent a fortune on posters in major movie theaters and shopping malls throughout the city. Baryshnikov, is he good? Ronald asked. Ronnie, Meg replied, recognizing him, and leaned back against Ronald, letting him cross his arms around her as he brought her popcorn and a Coke. Mikhail was a gifted ballerina, originally with the Leningrad Ballet of the Soviet Union. A few years ago, he defected to America during a visit to Canada. If you've ever seen him dance, you know he's incredibly talented. At the ballet school, he was every girl's idol. Everyone wanted to be his partner, so it was him. No wonder Ronald looked familiar. 2 Christmases ago, Ronald, Aunt Karen, and Donna had seen Baryshnikov perform the Nutcracker on CBS. The host, Charlie Rose, had even briefly recounted his story of fleeing to the free world to realize his American dream. Since he's so talented, he should have been a principal dancer with the Leningrad Ballet. Why did he defect? Ronald looked at the poster of this dancer, once Meg's idol, with a puzzled expression. I heard he wanted to dance innovative modern ballet, but Leningrad only wanted him to dance classical ballet. But some people say he's too short, only 5 feet 4 inches, 1.65 meters, not good enough for the female dancers of the Soviet Union, so he can only dance supporting roles, Meg gossiped, chuckling. Ronald knew she was still regretful about missing out on a professional ballet career, so he joked, yes, you're taller than him. He can't be paired with you to dance the prince and princess in the Nutcracker, and my height, he is more suitable for playing a prince, ha ha ha. Meg was amused by him and reached out to hug Ronald. But even if I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have gone to the New York City Ballet. Meg was in a better mood and took the initiative to talk about her ballet dreams. Why? Aren't they the best ballet company in New York? Ronald asked curiously. The dance director of the New York City Ballet, Balanchine, was also Russian, who went into exile in America after World War I more than a decade ago. He received an $8 million grant from the Ford Foundation, mainly to create new ballets. He turned waltzes, jazz, and even the Stars and Stripes into ballets, so many dancers who go to the New York City Ballet are rich kids who bought their way in. They don't have the resources to rehearse real classical ballet productions, so they can only dance these. Meg mouthed rubbish, and my dream is to dance every classical ballet role before I turn 24. Giselle, Coppelia, Sleeping Beauty, and The Black Swan. I hope to hear audiences shouting bravo to me on stages in New York, Leningrad, London, and Paris. I want to be famous. I want to be known worldwide. Meg pulled away from Ronald, faced the poster of Baryshnikov, stood on tiptoe, raised her arms, struck a ballet pose, and loudly proclaimed her dream. Ronald saw a burning ambition in the girl's eyes. The movie was very well made. Various coincidences and arrangements kept the audience on edge about the nuclear leak. Jane Fonda was excellent as always, and Michael Douglas, who co-starred with her, also gave a good performance. Now is an era where everyone is terrified of nuclear power. The shadow of the Cold War looms over everyone, and some people have begun to vehemently oppose nuclear technology. Anything related to nuclear weapons, including nuclear missiles, nuclear submarines, nuclear tests, and nuclear power plants, is on the list of things to oppose. This movie will probably do well at the box office. After watching the movie, the two went shopping in Chinatown in Lower Manhattan. Ronald had only moved in a day ago, and many household items were still unprepared, so Meg Tilly helped with the shopping. Meg has excellent taste. The things she chooses are always inexpensive, but when combined, they elevate the overall aesthetic. For example, a snow-white tablecloth paired with scarlet napkins. Or a semi-transparent lampshade for the floor lamp in the bedroom. Carrying a large pile of things, Ronald and Meg then went to a china shop. Meg went to buy wine glasses and porcelain tableware, while Ronald chatted idly with the shop owner. The owner's English was as bad as Ronald's Cantonese. They could only communicate with a few words and gestures. When Ronald asked if the owner had any good black tea, the owner quietly pulled a paper-wrapped tea packet from under the counter. Good tea from China. Ronald only understood a few words. He smelled it. It indeed had a refreshing aroma. Keeman or Wyishan, Keeman, the owner said, turning the tea packet over and pointing to the label. Sure enough, it said Keeman State-Owned Tea Factory in Song typeface. Ronald tossed down $10 and bought 2 packets to try. I'll also buy a candlestick. You can give me 2 candles, so we can have a candlelight dinner tonight. Ronald pointed to the candles on the counter. The shop owner took out a candlestick, gave a thumbs up, indicating that Ronald was very romantic. Chapter 53. Fame spreads far and wide. Carrying bags and packages, they returned to the artist's apartment. They ran into a Jewish violinist heading up the stairs. He seemed to have just returned from busking, still carrying his violin case. Seeing the couple's large purchase, he offered to help Ronald and Meg carry a few items upstairs. These are sausages. Your ethnicity seems. Ronald quickly stopped him. It's all right. I'm an immigrant from the Soviet Union. Jews there eat sausages. This sausage reminds me of home. Is it from a Ukrainian restaurant? The violinist said. Opening the apartment door, Ronald asked the Jewish man to wait a moment, went into the kitchen, took a piece of sausage, wrapped it up, and gave it to him. Thank you for helping us. This is a gift for you. Thank you, my friend. May God bless you. After tidying the room and laying out the newly bought tablecloth and napkins, Meg placed a Ukrainian restaurant's takeout food into white porcelain tableware she had bought in Chinatown. Bang! Ronald opened a bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses. May your dreams come true, and may you become famous worldwide. Meg, may your dreams come true too, Ronnie. Ronald didn't turn on the light, but lit candles. Meg gave him a sweet look, pleased with this little surprise. In the dim candlelight, Ronnie and Meg clinked glasses and slowly savored the red wine. The takeout from the Ukrainian restaurant was quite good. Meg fed Ronald like a child. Open your mouth, Ronnie. Meg grabbed the piece of sausage, dipped it in sauce, and fed it to him. Ew. Ronald ate the sausage, then pretended to bite Meg's finger. Meg giggled and pulled back. Ronald suddenly grabbed her hand and ate the sauce. Meg hadn't expected this, and a blush crept onto her cheek. A moment later, Meg forcefully pulled her stiff fingers out of Ronald's hand. She nervously rubbed her hands, as if trying to prevent the sauce from sticking to her fingers for too long. Ronald took out a handkerchief, moistened it with some water from the glass, and took Meg's hand, carefully wiping each of her fingers clean. They seemed to fall silent. Meg's face seemed to flush even more, like a sunset veiled by a rosy glow. Whether it was the candlelight or the wine's effect, Ronald couldn't tell in the dim candlelight. He simply stared unblinkingly into Meg's eyes, the only thing clear in the candlelight. He was captivated by her tender gaze. A faint violin melody drifted from outside the wall. It was the Jewish violinist upstairs playing Jules Massenet's Meditation. With a whoosh, Ronald blew out the candle. An hour passed. He turned on the bedside lamp in the bedroom, its warm light filtering through. Ronald got up and brewed a pot of black tea he bought from Chinatown. He had finally escaped the cheap taste of tea bags. He poured Chinese black tea into 2 smooth, delicate white porcelain cups, placed them on a tray, and carried it into the bedroom. The strong tea, with a slight reddish sheen, possessed a warm and restrained aroma, not the gaudy artificial fragrance, but the natural scent of tea. The tea leaves were picked from tea trees under 20 years old, specifically selecting the tender buds before grain rain, a solar term, carefully roasted, and fermented. It was nothing like the cheap Darjeeling tea, the kind Ronald drank in Los Angeles, made from tea leaves and tea bags. The natural taste was completely different. The restrained aroma, paired with the warm tea, warmed his stomach instantly. It felt like his whole being was bursting with energy, full of youthful vigor. Meg ordered another cup. Meg adjusted her position, leaning against Ronald, wrapping his arm around her neck for support. I feel safe, Ronnie. Me too. After lying there for a while, Meg, a little shy, still refused to stay at Ronald's apartment and insisted on walking back to her shared apartment in the next block to sleep. Ronald had no choice but to take her there before going home himself. Lying in bed, reminiscing about his time with Meg, Ronald fell asleep contentedly. I borrowed a really exciting movie to watch today, A strange male voice spoke, in Chinese. What movie? I don't know, that bastard wouldn't say, he just said all the girls at drama school cried while watching it. With a bang, the VCR picked up a tape, the static on the TV screen cleared, and the familiar subtitles appeared on a black background with red text, FBI warning. After the copyright information, a lion appeared on the screen, a roaring MGM lion. This time it's an MGM movie, Ronald thought to himself, half asleep. On the black screen, the title appeared, Fame. Below it, the Chinese translation was displayed, Fame. Indeed, Meg's dream was to become famous worldwide. A cacophony of noise emanated from the cheap television speakers. Many people were talking, creating a commotion. The screen showed a cafeteria scene, somewhat resembling the one in my high school, small but bustling. A student began striking rhythmic jazz beats on the table with drumsticks, followed by a hand drum, then a piano, then a saxophone, then a violin, a cello. Various instruments of different musical styles joined the ensemble one after another, creating a surprisingly harmonious effect. Ballet dancers, jazz dancers, modern dancers, all began to move their bodies. The dancers grew increasingly enthusiastic, jumping onto the piano and dancing with the tables. Even the cafeteria ladies started to sway to the rhythm. Then a black girl sat down next to the pianist and began to sing in a powerful, metallic voice, "Spaghetti and salmon, our favorite dish." She got a hot lunch, just like everyone else. A hot lunch, the name sounded familiar. After a moment of drowsiness, Ronald saw a dance scene, more accurately, a practice scene. A group of ballet girls were doing their daily exercises, like stretching, in the practice room. "Circle, bend, straighten," the teacher called out. The two girls in the foreground were talking as they practiced. "Hi, I'm Lisa Monroe, Hilary Vandal. I like your leotard. I saw it in the window at Bandau. My stepmother bought it for me." "Really? I don't mind having a stepmother like that. She didn't buy it for me. She just wanted my father to think she cared about me, and she loves shopping herself. She always has a blast shopping." "Sounds nice. I think I like your stepmother. HMPH, I can give her to you. Watch out, watch out. Why aren't you sweating? Pay attention," the teacher began to verbally remind one of the girls. The girl's movements were very graceful. The girl behind them, in the green leotard and sky blue skirt, looks like Meg Tilly. No, she is Meg. Ronald saw the girl's face clearly in the shot. Could she also be in this movie called Fame? Looks like she's just an extra. Another bout of drowsiness, half awake, half asleep. Ronald was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a burst of upbeat disco music erupted from the television. A man who looked a bit like the middle-aged taxi driver with a big Ford I'd met at the airport pulled up in front of the school in his identical yellow taxi. Two large speakers were mounted on the roof of his taxi. The driver turned them on and blasted the disco music. "Baby, look at me. Tell me what you see. You haven't seen the best of me yet. Give me time, and I'll make you forget everything," the taxi driver began shouting. "This song was written by my son, Bruno Matelli, playing it on 46th Street today, and tomorrow at Madison Square Garden." Ha ha ha! All the students heard the captivating song and rushed out of the school. Jazz, ballet, modern dance, everyone started dancing. They turned the street into their stage and started dancing. They took over the street, blocked traffic, and danced non-stop. They even stood on the roofs of cars and danced there, the drivers honking their horns frantically, but they couldn't drown out the rhythm of their dance. Ronald wanted to join in too. The 4/4 disco beat was so easy to catch. He twisted his waist, swayed his hips. Ronald fell off the bed again. Chapter 54: The Director's Bribery. As soon as it was light, Ronald went out and bought several newspapers at a newsstand. He wanted to figure out if the movie he dreamed about last night was indeed Alan Parker's Hot Lunch. He grabbed a copy of Daily Variety and The Hollywood Reporter. New York has a lot of Broadway stage plays and musicals, and many magazines focus on Broadway. He also grabbed Backstage and Entertainment Careers. Back in his apartment, he spread the 4 newspapers and magazines on the table and scanned the headlines one by one. The Deer Hunter director, Oscar Best Director, Best Picture double winner, Michael Cimino signs new contract with United Artists, will soon direct his new film Heaven's Gate. Ignore that for now. British director Alan Parker and producer David De Silva both stated that the revival of musicals has arrived. Following last year's Saturday Night Fever and Grease, MGM has released another musical, Hot Lunch, The film is currently casting and is expected to begin filming in July. After flipping through 4 newspapers and magazines, Ronald only found reports on Hot Lunch, not famous. He only remembered 3 dances from yesterday's dream and couldn't recall who the director was in the opening credits. Perhaps musicals will experience a revival? Another similar high school musical, Famous, has been made? But Meg was very young in the dream, probably no more than 20. Maybe it's this Hot Lunch. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang, and Ronald answered it. It was director Alan Parker. Ronald? This is Alan Parker. Come to Fewer and Ritzer Casting Agency today, on West 48th Street near Broadway. You can find the address in the phone book. Meet there at 10 a.m., he slammed down the phone. Ronald snapped back to reality. Wasn't this the competitor Julia had mentioned yesterday? He needed to report to Julia first. Is Julia there? This is Ronald Lee. I need to speak with her about something important, Ronald? Yes, it's me. Director Parker said he's going to a casting agency called Fewer and Ritzer today. Ronald awkwardly spelled out the name he'd written down in his notebook. His German pronunciation was awful. It's Fewer. I understand. Let me know if there are any new developments. He pulled out a thick layer of dusty yellow pages from his old home and found Fewer and Ritzer's address at the intersection of 6th Avenue and West 28th Avenue, not far from Broadway. Ronald wanted to let Meg know first, so he dialed his girlfriend's number. It was busy. He rushed to Meg's house, where her roommate opened the door for him. Yes, Jennifer, I've got the contract. I don't know. I still have to wait for the director to continue auditions. He told me to sign up for acting classes. Seeing Ronald enter, Meg pressed the receiver. Ronnie, this is my sister Jennifer. I'm giving her the good news. I'm going to audition for the director. You go ahead, I'll let you know. With his camera and film, Ronald took the subway to his destination. Howard Fair, a partner in the studio, personally welcomed him in. How did you meet director Alan Parker? He immediately tried to subtly inquire about Ronald's background. I'm a photographer, specializing in audition portraits. I photographed Nastasia Kinski before. Director Parker wants me to take some photos for his new film auditions for reference, Ronald replied smoothly. It's rare to see a photographer as young as you. They all say I have some talent. Just then, Director Parker entered the office. Howard, hello. Let's get straight to the point. I need 600 extras, high school students studying dance, music, and acting. I also need 8 lead roles and 16 supporting roles. These are the casting requirements. Director Parker tossed a thick stack of documents onto the table. Ah, Ronald, you're here too. Great. Let's get started. The two began discussing the audition requirements, and Ronald took out paper and pen to take notes. Director Parker instructed Howard Fair to find actors who were more ordinary, less obviously successful. After a simple lunch, Director Parker took Ronald out. I want you to come with me to all the auditions. You'll take photos of me at the auditions and keep a record. You know, not all audition photos are as realistic as yours. Some are retouched, of course. Director Parker, Ronald was happy to have a short-term job and to learn how directors select actors. I might see dozens, even hundreds, of actors every day, so I might not remember them all by the end of the day. Remember to take pictures of them with a Polaroid camera and record my comments. Parker was quite satisfied with Ronald's efficient note-taking. This way, one assistant could do the work of 2. There's one more thing. I hope you won't tell Julia and Margaret at the casting studio about our visit to Fair. Alan Parker made his stance clear at the end, hoping Ronald would assure him of his loyalty. Ronald thought for a moment, stated his position, and gave a hint. I'm not an employee of the casting studio, and Julia isn't my superior, so I have no obligation to report your whereabouts to them. Mr. Parker, you're a smart lad. How about this? I'll be busy with auditions for the next month. I can have the producer hire you as my temporary assistant and driver, and rent your car, but I don't have a car right now. What's gotten into you again? Alan Parker smacked Ronald on the forehead. The daily rental and driver's fee is $200. Go buy a new car, and you'll earn it back in a month. Is this even possible? Ronald nodded quickly in agreement. The director then led Ronald to the audition studio from the previous day. Julia and Margaret were already waiting for him in the conference room. Also present was a balding man, whom Director Parker introduced as David Da Silva, the producer of Hot Lunch. Ronald quickly stood up to greet him. After the director's introduction, he proceeded to begin the casting meeting. Let's see which children you've brought today. Ronald sensed that Director Parker didn't take producer De Silva seriously. Speaking of which, who has more power, the producer or the director? Margaret spread out dozens of photos. These are the recommendations from the agents who heard the news. We've selected 5 actors for each lead role. Let's take a look. First up is Hillary, a dance major. This character is a rich girl, a ballet major, whose dream is to join the New York City Ballet. Margaret pasted Hillary's background onto the whiteboard and used magnets to hold it in place. Ronald almost burst out laughing. Wasn't this exactly the rich kid Meg had scorned yesterday, the one who bought his way into the New York City Ballet? The script seemed very down-to-earth, based on real life. But at this point, it was pretty much confirmed that Hot Lunch was the famous throughout the world from yesterday's dream. Hillary's background perfectly matched the training scene in the dream, and even her name matched. Any thoughts on these photos? Margaret asked, pointing to 5 photos spread out on the table. Director Parker shook his head. They still have too much of an American vibe, with that victorious look on their faces. What do you think, Ronald? You're about their age, so you'll have a better feel for it. The director called on him for his opinion. I think this one's good, we can try it. Ronald pointed to a photo of a beautiful woman, a blonde who looked a bit like a cat. The actress in this photo most resembles the one from last night's dream. Why, intuition? I think she has the air of a rich girl, and her slender figure is like a dancer. I think so too. Michelle was specifically recommended by William Morris's agent. She was 6th in last year's Miss California pageant, producer De Silva said, offering his first opinion. Very good, I'll give her, Michelle, an audition, Director Parker said. Margaret glanced at the director and placed a beautiful woman's photo under the Hillary tag. Then there was the role of Montgomery, a sensitive and insecure young man whose mother was an actress with mental illness. Which one do you think is suitable? Director Parker asked Ronald. Ronald hadn't memorized a plot of the Montgomery role, so he just pointed to one based on his intuition. This one, blonde, with a somewhat fragile smile, crooked teeth, probably a bit insecure. Very good, I think he's suitable too. This time, Margaret from the casting studio agreed and placed his photo below the Montgomery role. The director also nodded in agreement. After selecting over a dozen auditionees for the lead roles, it still wasn't enough. They decided to go to a performing arts high school in New York the day after tomorrow to discuss organizing a large-scale live audition for the students. After finishing their business, Julia and Margaret from the casting studio served sandwiches and cola. Everyone chatted and replenished their energy. Ronald ate quite a bit. Ronald, I think you're very suitable for casting. You know, our studio's founder, Marian Dalotti, is now the vice president of Paramount. She always emphasizes choosing people based on intuition, and your intuition is very sharp. Would you consider joining us? Julia asked Ronald. Me? I still want to go to college first and see if I can become a director, Ronald said. Yet, who doesn't want to be a director? Julia smiled and changed the subject. Next, I'll mainly be casting for Woody Allen's new film. Margaret will be in charge of the auditions at the Performing Arts High School. What, Julia? Are you abandoning me for that Jewish shorty Woody? Director Parker made an exaggerated gesture, expressing his heartache. No, your film needs about 600 actors in total. No single casting company can handle that alone. We should find several casting companies and hold a joint audition. Alan Parker was unusually silent for a moment. You're right. I'll have the producers contact casting companies in New York and Los Angeles and issue public casting invitations. We'll schedule a time with all the casting companies and find a big house for a large joint audition. Ronald, you should come too. We all like your intuition. Okay, thank you. Director, Ronald was quite pleased. Perhaps the director saw an opportunity because he and the character in the script were the same age, making it easier to connect with the actor. It takes time from sending out an invitation to receiving a recommendation, so everyone started discussing how to organize a joint audition. Julia Taylor called Ronald outside, leaving Margaret to discuss the details of the joint audition with the director. Ronald, your report was timely. We reached an agreement with Howard Fair. They dropped Woody Allen's new film, and we conceded, agreeing to do a joint audition with them for a hot lunch. But if a third audition agency gets involved, remember to inform Margaret promptly. The rest of our deal remains unchanged. Understand? Okay, I understand. The two audition agencies had compromised, resulting in a joint audition. Ronald no longer needed to waver between them and the director, nor test his integrity with the car. He took the opportunity to ask about Meg. Ms. Taylor, do you have a recommendation for Meg if she wants to attend an acting training course? Aren't you at NYU's Deschamps School of the Arts? Why are you asking me? The best acting coach in all of New York is at your academy. I haven't started school yet. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Intrigue and Backstabbing. Okay, she's Stella Adler. They also have short training courses for actors. Julia Taylor picked up her notebook, copied down a number, and handed it to Ronald. Here's the phone number, you can call. What about the agent? Doesn't Meg have an agent? She could try calling Eddie. It's best to choose your own agent. Julia Taylor then copied down Eddie's phone number and gave it to Ronald. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Turning around, producer David De Silva also came to find Ronald. David De Silva was a tall, middle-aged man with a bald patch on his head and a small mustache. He was wearing unusual overalls, a very old-fashioned style. Ronald, Alan wants me to sign an agreement with you. He wants to hire you as a casting assistant, under the guise of a driver and car rental, for $200 a day for a month, which will be extended if casting isn't finished. Thank you, Mr. De Silva, but I have my conditions. Have you read the script? No, not yet. Here's a fresh copy of the script. Take it and read it carefully. Pay close attention to all 8 main characters. If Director Parker tries to cast any actor who is clearly not a good fit for the script, you must inform me. Understand? Producer David De Silva said sternly to Ronald. What? Ronald thought, why is there so much backstabbing on this set? When I was at New World, the crew was so harmonious. Remember who pays your salary, Ronnie? I've spoken with Julia, I know you're a smart kid. David De Silva's tone was threatening, and Ronald had no choice but to comply. All right, Mr. De Silva, I'll do as you ask. After all, I'm working for you, sir. You're very good. Let's sign the agreement. Take this check, and remember to make a copy of the car receipt for me. De Silva handed Ronald a check for $6,000. Remember to buy a decent one, Ronnie. Am I a double agent now? Ronald thought to himself. Read the script carefully, Ronald. Director Alan Parker came over to instruct him again. Remember your gut feeling. This film is a realistic portrayal of the dark side of life in a performing arts high school. David must have told you about his requirements. Yes, Director Parker. He told me to stay true to the script, Ronald hinted. You're very good. I like dealing with smart people, Alan Parker understood. But always remember, a script is just a creation on paper. When casting, the director must have imagination, must rely on their intuition and judgment to imagine the actor and the final effect of the script's performance. After all, the audience goes to the cinema to watch the film, not to read the script, so when casting, the director's judgment should prevail, not the script's description entirely. Do you understand? Okay, Mr. Parker, I will do as you ask. Ultimately, I'm working for you, sir. Now it's the third round. Director and producer, who really has the final say? He called Stella Adler's studio to inquire about their acting training program. Even beginners can participate. The fee is 260 yuan for 8 lessons, not too expensive. He then contacted the agent named Eddie. Eddie was very proactive. After understanding the situation, he offered to come and sign the contract tomorrow. Ronald finalized the time with him and then went to the car market to look at cars. Since the political turmoil in Persia caused international oil prices to soar, gasoline prices at gas stations have increased by more than 50%. Ronald wanted to choose a fuel-efficient European car, like his previous Volkswagen Mustang. However, at a newsstand near the subway station, he saw a Time magazine back page ad, Honda Accord, new generation 4-door compact sedan, power steering, central tailgate, power windows. Japanese cars seemed pretty good too. He took the subway to the dealership and saw, the 4 headlights looked powerful. Although it was a compact car, the interior space was quite large. That was it. He got a light green Honda Accord for $5,600 and drove it back to his artist's apartment. Parking downstairs, Ronald first went to call Meg to have dinner, then they planned her agent and acting lessons. Meg also had her own plans. As soon as she saw Ronald, She started talking about her arrangements. After a long phone call with her sister Jennifer in Los Angeles, Jennifer used her connections to arrange for Meg to be an agent with William Morris. The signing would be tomorrow. Aren't you going to discuss this with me? I consulted Julia and found an agent named Eddie to come and discuss it in detail tomorrow. William Morris's agent is very well known in the industry. I've already spoken to them. Meg noticed Ronald's unpleasant expression as she spoke. Are you angry? Ronnie, I couldn't find you for a while, and I agreed as soon as I heard William Morris's name. I'm not angry. Your sister introduced you to a big company. It's just that I have to apologize to Eddie tomorrow for making him come all this way for nothing. Ronald was shaken a couple of times by Meg's arm, and then he felt relieved. What about your acting training class? Jennifer told me a lot of common sense. She said that it's best to learn method acting for making movies. If I'm in Los Angeles, she'll introduce me to an acting teacher named Peggy Fury. Los Angeles, Ronald frowned again. In New York, she suggested I go to Actors Studio. I've heard of that place. Some people say it's the best. Ronald had heard Nastasia Kinski mention it. I'll take you to register when I have time. Seeing that Meg had taken care of everything, Ronald wasn't unhappy, just felt he hadn't done much. It's a good thing I didn't sign her up for Stella Adler's training course. The two then turned to their sweet nothings. The next day, Eddie, whom Julia had introduced, arrived at the artist's apartment as promised. Ronald ushered Eddie in and apologized directly. I'm so sorry, Eddie, sir. I didn't know Meg had already found William Morris's agent through her sister and signed him. It's my mistake, making you come all this way for nothing. Eddie was a short man with a very approachable appearance, which was a significant advantage in the agent profession. It's okay, just call me Eddie. I represent a small, independent agency. We often see actors become famous and then switch to William Morris. There's really nothing we can do about it. The law only allows us to sign actors to contracts for a maximum of 3 years. If a big company is willing to pay to buy the actor contracts we have, we won't object. Because more famous actors need more capable agents to secure resources. Julia and I talked about you. Actually, I'm more interested in you today. Me? I'm not an actor, Ronald said. But you could become a director someday, Eddie said frankly. Directors are the scarcest resource in the industry. Even a TV commercial director is highly valued. I currently have many young actresses just starting out. If you can mentor one or two in your future films, it will be a huge help to our business. You seem a bit too honest, Eddie, Ronald said with a smile. Few people in this industry openly admit their shortcomings, but wouldn't an antique dealer who proactively points out the cracks in the bottom of his porcelain gain more trust from customers? Eddie laughed too. It's not a secret that's hard to find out. I try to maintain my honesty. Ronald felt Eddie was a very interesting person. He also represented some men's magazine insert girls, but his acting business was strictly separate. Driving Eddie back to his office, Ronald bought a few copies of the New Daily Variety and the Hollywood Reporter on the way. Ronald was gradually developing the habit of reading industry news daily. Rock High was released in Georgia with poor box office results. It was another typical Roger Corman-style teen exploitation film, and it would probably need to rely on the East and West Coasts to attract more audiences. High School Rock has already been released, Ronald called Gail, the president's assistant at New World. Gail, I heard High School Rock has been released. Ronnie, it's nice to hear from you. Yes. High School Rock didn't do well at the box office in Georgia and Arizona, and Roger might cancel the release plans in California and New York. That's terrible. I was looking forward to taking my family and friends to see it. It's not impossible. It depends on the performance in the next few states. What are you doing now, Ronnie? I'm waiting for school to start, and also helping out with casting for Alan Parker's new film. That's great. His Midnight Train was a box office hit last year. He's a Hollywood star now. After hanging up the phone, Ronald began to carefully read the script for Hot Lunch and drew portraits of the main characters from his dream. If he encountered them during casting, he could recommend them to director Alan Parker. The script for Hot Lunch was quite interesting. Several scenes from his dream involved song and dance, but this film wasn't one of those old-fashioned, traditional Hollywood musicals. The singing and dancing actually had a plot. A certain piece of music would start, and a group of art students would spontaneously begin dancing. This made sense in real life. It wasn't just random dancing. Old-fashioned musicals, like Grease, used singing to replace dialogue and dancing to replace action. The new generation of young people seemed increasingly averse to this old-fashioned, Traditional musical style. In real life, it would be very awkward for someone to not speak but sing their meaning, or not walk but dance their way through. The next day, it was time to go to the New York Academy for Performing Arts to discuss the audition with the school's administrators. Ronald first picked up director Parker and then drove to the Academy. Margaret from the casting studio, Howard Fair, a partner at Fair and Lizzie Casting Company, along with producer David De Silva, were already waiting in the large conference room. Ronald took out his notebook and waited in the back row to take notes once the meeting began. The door was pushed open with a bang, and the principal of the Performing Arts High School, along with several teachers, walked in. Chapter 56 Casting Auditions. The principal introduced the structure of the Performing Arts High School, which is divided into 3 departments: acting, music, and dance. It's a public high school that admits students from all over New York State. Students only need to pass the entrance interview in one of the 3 areas to gain admission. This provides an opportunity for children from underprivileged families with artistic talent to succeed. Without this Performing Arts High School, children from economically disadvantaged families would only be able to compete for arts scholarships at private schools, like Meg Tilly. Their path to advancement would be much narrower. Director Alan Parker then mainly introduced the plot of the film Hot Lunch, stating, "It's a film about students at a public arts high school. It depicts the growth of 8 students with different personalities, backgrounds, and majors at the Performing Arts High School. We hope to conduct a large-scale audition at the Performing Arts High School. The 8 main characters, 16 supporting roles, and 600 extras will all be selected from your school. Our Performing Arts High School is the largest and most comprehensive public arts high school in New York, exactly the kind of place a film like this should be. I'm also a fan of your previous film, Midnight Train," the principal said. "We also hope to film scenes at your school. Additionally, we hope that some of the teachers and the principal's scenes in the film could be played by teachers from your school and you." The principal smiled even more broadly. The agreement was reached. A large-scale audition for the Performing Arts High School would be held over the weekend. The auditions would take place in the school's auditorium. 2 casting companies, each with 3 casting directors, would separately select 8 candidates for the lead roles. Students deemed suitable would be recommended to the directors' classrooms for a second round of auditions. Ronald's job was to take audition photos of each selected student in the second round audition classroom, then print 2 copies, one for each casting company's records. After inspecting the venue, Ronald had a clear idea of what to expect and was about to leave when producer De Silva approached him again. "Are you familiar with the script?" Ronald nodded. "What is the background of student Doris?" "Jewish, a talented singer, average-looking, a younger version of Barbra Streisand." "Very good, keep it up." De Silva pointed to her ear, indicating that she should report any changes immediately. "If I may I ask why this is being done?" Ronald asked, seeing that De Silva was in a good mood. Being caught between the producer and the director like this was very uncomfortable. David De Silva stopped and looked at Ronald. "You know, Alan is a very good director, but he's English. He doesn't understand the American mentality. We're born to win. In our movies, the hero always wins over the villain and gets the girl. Not really, right? Even our president Jimmy has admitted on television that America no longer has the moral high ground needed to lead an ally. But perhaps most people still think that way." Ronald knew many people disliked the president's way of putting it. "Remember to let me know immediately if anything changes," producer De Silva said, leaving first. Ronald returned to the conference room, waiting to take the director back to the casting studio. Alan Parker was still chattering away, discussing his script with the acting school teachers. "My philosophy is to realistically reflect social issues. For example, racial issues, class issues, which is why I created the character Leroy. He comes from Harlem, has a gang background, is illiterate, but has exceptional dance talent. The issue of underage pregnancy in high school is a hot topic worth exploring. What should a white female student do if she gets pregnant with a black child? Bullying in schools, gang issues." The acting professor, also a black man with black-rimmed glasses, nodded frequently. He was very satisfied with director Alan Parker's choice of a storyline involving black people and the poor, and deeply sympathized with it. "But won't this create a misunderstanding about the acting school? Most of our students are mainstream, good students. If all the characters are like this, it makes our school seem like a very dark place," another white female professor muttered. Ronald sensed that things would get out of hand if they continued talking. He interrupted the conversation and pulled director Parker to the casting studio, where actors selected yesterday were still auditioning. Upon arriving at the casting studio, dozens of young men and women, along with their agents, were already waiting at the front desk. Ronald spotted Michelle, who looked like a cat, in the queue. "Okay, we can begin," producer De Silva ordered the auditions to begin. One actor after another was called into the audition room. Ronald was responsible for taking a Polaroid snapshot of each one, recording the director's comments for archiving. Then the director would give each actor a 2-page script and have them perform it live. This was the advantage of using a casting agency. Casting studios are very familiar with actors and can quickly screen suitable candidates. Without a casting director, if it were just open auditions, much more time would be wasted. The script given by the director first showed Hillary performing a series of ballet movements in the rehearsal room, followed by a dialogue scene. Ronald was responsible for calling out the numbers. The actresses would first change into ballet leotards and perform a few simple turns and positioning movements. Then casting director Howard Fair would make a cameo appearance, having a few lines of dialogue with Hillary. Ronald didn't quite understand why it was set up this way. He noted down the director's comments and found an opportunity to ask Margaret from the casting studio. Margaret told him that the audition invitation specified that the role of Hillary required ballet skills, at least at a near-professional level. However, many actresses, in order to get audition opportunities, would lie and claim to possess the required skills, only to cram after being selected. Today's audition was designed to weed out those who lied about their ballet skills. Sure enough, a few simple movements eliminated an actress who couldn't ballet at all. She couldn't even stand on one leg properly and fell to the ground. Margaret was so angry that she wrote lying on her resume. Ronald helped her out and called the next number. Michelle. Michelle Pfeiffer, no. Pfeiffer, also no. Ronald, after all, was from another time and wasn't very good at pronouncing this German-style spelling with two consonants together. It's Michelle Pfeiffer, the P is silent. The cat-like girl laughed at his words. Sorry. Ronald smiled. Michelle, it's your turn. Please go to the dressing room and change into your practice clothes, then come in. Michelle changed into a light purple practice dress, white ballet stockings, and light pink ballet shoes. Her long blonde hair, which had previously cascaded down her cheeks, was now tied up in a loose bun at the back of her head. This accentuated her cat-like face. Ronald took a Polaroid photo of her and attached it to the audition form. It read, Michelle Pfeiffer, blue eyes, 5 feet 7 inches, 1.70 meters, 21 years old. Her face looked very youthful, and her voice was still high-pitched. If Ronald hadn't seen her resume, he would have thought she was under 18 and could easily play a high school student. Ready, begin, double leg rotation, 1 circle, 2 circles, arabesque. Margaret pressed play on the recorder and began calling out the commands. Okay, that's it. Chapter 57 Screening Criteria. Michelle clearly had some ballet training. She could strike poses and do some easy turns and stand without any problems. However, she faltered at the final arabesque pose. In the arabesque, the dancer stands with arms outstretched, one leg extended back at a right angle. Michelle's version, though easy, was already rather poor. The more difficult version with point work would make her look nothing like a ballerina. It seemed this role needed to be filled by someone who could act but also dance ballet, not someone who could dance ballet but also act. If Meg hadn't injured her back, the role of Hillary would have been perfect for her, Ronald thought. He saw Michelle out of the audition room and called the next person. Drink this, Michelle, it's vegetable-based. A vegetarian diet can make you healthier, and help you quit alcohol, cigarettes, and everything addictive. Ronald noticed that Michelle's agent seemed to be a couple, talking about the benefits of a vegetarian diet. Seeing Ronald, Michelle gave a wry smile and began drinking the green paste. Ronald could only shrug, indicating he was helpless and couldn't help her. Hillary's audition ended. Ronald then called for the auditioning actor, Leroy. Leroy's role was that of a talented dancer from the slums, illiterate, who accompanied his female companion to the audition. His companion was eliminated, but he remained. Patrick Swayze, another strange surname with 2 consonants stacked together. Luckily, he had asked Margaret how to pronounce it before leaving. Please go to the dressing room to change into your practice clothes, then go in for the audition. Thank you, Patrick politely thanked him. Ronald noticed his narrow eyes and masculine features, though his face looked a bit older than his age. Indeed, His resume indicated he was already 27, it would be difficult to look younger at that age. However, Patrick's ballet technique was top-notch, he easily completed large leaps and double jumps. According to Margaret, it was professional level. His performance was also good. Unfortunately, the wrinkles on his forehead made it hard to believe he was a high school student. Ronald noted down the director's and producer's comments and told Patrick to go back and wait for news. Another auditionee for Leroy was a star of the American Ballet School, reportedly already scouted by Balanchine, the director of the New York City Ballet. Accompanied by his parents, an agent, and a manager, he was surrounded like a celebrity. When it was his turn to go in, his mother tried to follow. Ronald quickly stopped her. It was the rule that no matter how famous an actor was, only one person could audition at a time. The mother was very unhappy, muttering veiled criticisms about how some people in lower positions knew how to use their little bit of power immediately, and that her son was destined to become a big star. A star mother shouldn't be deprived of the right to watch her son take his first steps on the road to stardom. Ronald shook his head with a wry smile. His son came from a wealthy family. He feared it would be difficult for him to portray Leroy, a character from a poor, working-class background. During the audition, the ballet portion went smoothly. However, the acting portion scored very low. This mama's boy couldn't convincingly portray a character born in the slums of Harlem. Leroy, a gangster, illiterate, and interested in ballet, earns his ballet lessons by collecting garbage. The mama's boy actor, playing the role, is like a Barbie doll in an apron cooking, utterly fake and contrived. His demeanor is completely mismatched. Sure enough, director Parker gave him a low rating, and the mama's boy was out of the running. This audition truly required acting skills, dance technique, looks, and charisma. Everything had to be perfect, missing even one aspect was unacceptable. The next role he auditioned for was Montgomery. It was the student role where the actor was professional, sensitive, had a secret, gay, and whose mother had schizophrenia. Ronald started calling numbers and noticed the actor with crooked teeth from yesterday's photo hadn't shown up. He was about to skip him and call the next number when the last boy in the waiting area stood up. "Is it my turn?" "It's you?" "Your teeth." Ronald recognized him as the actor with the crooked teeth. But his teeth were now perfectly straight, making him look like a completely different person from the original photo. No wonder he hadn't recognized him. You went to the dentist? Didn't you see the audition notice? We are looking for an acting student who's insecure, that's why we chose you." Ronald pointed to his teeth. I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "Oh, my God. My agent just told me to go to the dentist to get dentures. I didn't know beforehand. Please, if the director needs them, I can remove the dentures and replace them with a cheap set from the supermarket. That will look fine. Please, please," the boy said, clasping his hands together in a pleading gesture. "Where's your agent? He's busy with other work. I came alone today. It's okay, I'm just an assistant. The final decision is the director's. I'll talk to the director about your situation." "Don't worry." Ronald noticed that Margaret had come alone, unlike the others who were accompanied by agents. Seeing how hard he was working for the role and willing to uglify himself, Ronald felt a pang of sympathy and quickly accompanied him inside. He whispered about the orthodontic treatment to Director Parker, who nodded in agreement to let him try. However, Director Parker was also frustrated with his own orthodontic work. The change drastically altered his appearance, making him look nothing like Montgomery, and makeup couldn't fix it. The acting profession is strange. Sometimes, being ugly is an advantage. After an afternoon of auditions, not a single role was chosen. Producer De Silva looked rather grim, especially since Michelle Pfeiffer, whom he had spoken to, hadn't been selected either. He went to discuss the matter with Director Parker. "Isn't Michelle Pfeiffer great? We can use a stunt double for those difficult stunts." "No, she has many medium shots. A stunt double isn't possible." "Is this normal?" Ronald asked Margaret. "It's fairly normal. Sometimes, auditions last for months for a lead role. And sometimes, directors cancel projects because they can't find the right lead, so we're counting on the big audition at the Performing Arts High School this weekend. Yes, there will be 1,400 students auditioning, including graduating students and upperclassmen." On Saturday morning, the film crew entered the Performing Arts High School. However, the teacher who greeted them didn't take them directly to the auditorium, but instead invited all members into the principal's meeting room. The principal and several school board members were already waiting inside. After the film crew sat down, Before they could even exchange pleasantries, the principal took out a piece of paper and began to read, "In view of the defamatory and slanderous portrayal of the character of our students in the script of the film Hot Lunch, the Board of Trustees and the New York Board of Education have decided that, until the script is corrected, the Performing Arts High School will no longer cooperate with your company in casting, nor will it allow current students to participate in the film crew's auditions, and will no longer rent school facilities for filming. Something's wrong. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all readers." Chapter 58 The Script Dispute. Alan Parker immediately stood up. "Wait a minute, this movie will be fantastic. It will greatly enhance the school's reputation and attract more students to apply." A school board member with steel gray hair and half-rimmed glasses immediately retorted, "Our school has been on the map for 40 years, and every year hundreds of qualified applicants are rejected because we exceed the enrollment quota. Recruitment publicity is the last thing we need." Producer De Silva also stood up. "I assure you, this will be a very high-quality and tasteful film, definitely not the kind that defames and slanders the school's reputation." The school board member who had spoken also stood up, placing his hands on the table and looking directly at the director and producer. "Gentlemen, I cannot take that risk. I cannot let you tarnish our school's prestigious reputation like you did in the last movie, Midnight Express, which slandered the reputation of Turkish prisons. Why? Everything went smoothly when we met last time. Why did you suddenly make this decision?" Producer De Silva asked the principal. The principal raised his hand, signaling for the steel gray-haired school board member to speak. "Last time you visited the New York Performing Arts Academy, one of our teachers overheard the crew discussing the script for Hot Lunch, which included fabricated plots about a female student's pregnancy, bullying, and racism. She reported this to me. I believe these plots would never appear at our school and do not represent the image of the New York Performing Arts Academy. After an emergency meeting of our Board of Trustees, we decided to immediately terminate all cooperation with the Hot Lunch production team." The board member, head held high, rolled his eyes at the crew members. The principal added, "This is a joint decision by the Board of Trustees and the New York Board of Education." Bang! Director Allen slammed his hand on the table angrily. The board member had begun questioning his previous film, which was now a personal attack. Everyone had no choice but to get up and leave. Damaging the reputation of Turkish prisons? Does that place have a reputation? Or is your school's reputation the same as Turkish prisons? Absurd. A bunch of art-ignoring trash managing a school in the name of art. Laughable. The director was still angry the whole way home. Ronald followed them out of the principal's office. Across the playground from the window was the auditorium, which could hold over 2,000 people. It had originally been planned to be used for this large-scale audition. All the upperclassmen and graduating students would have participated. Now, all that was gone. Bang, 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 came the sound of a baseball. Ronald looked and saw 3 boys who looked like students playing on the playground. The catcher caught the pitcher's ball 3 times, but the boy's swing was poor. He missed every time and struck out. The group walked out of the school gates, and Ronald looked back one last time. It was an old-fashioned stone building constructed before World War I. The stone walls, paired with the red doors and windows, gave it the arrogance of an old-school capitalist. The Performing Arts High School, located on 46th Street in Midtown Manhattan, not far from Times Square, was right in the heart of the capitalist world. They certainly had the right to be arrogant now, dismissing the Hot Lunch crew. Damn it, who leaked the script? Producer David De Silva cursed. If I find out, I'll kill that bastard. No need for that, David. The acting school will find out eventually. The focus now isn't on assigning blame, but on finding a solution, Director Alan Parker said calmly and rationally, unusually. Not necessarily. We could give them a fake script, Ronald thought to himself. Coffee's here. Margaret brought a tray of coffee into the meeting room, and Ronald quickly went to help. The group, who had been suddenly attacked by the board of directors at the acting school, were now back in the casting studio, holding an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Alan, you should consider going back to Christopher Gore's script. Let's start from scratch. Christopher Gore, that name sounded familiar. Ronald flipped through the script in his hand, and sure enough, the author's name was listed as Christopher Gore. No, Chris's version. It's still a Hollywood package deal. When I agreed to directing, I said you'd let me write my own script, and Chris would only retain the credit. My God, Alan. Why are you so stubborn? The acting school's stance today is very clear. They won't agree to the plot you wrote. A poor black boy getting a rich white girl pregnant? What New York parent would send their daughter to an acting school to study ballet? Producer De Silva jumped off his chair in excitement. And they also refused to let us use their filming locations. Where are we supposed to film? If we build sets, it will cost at least an additional $5 million. The original budget of $8.5 million was based on shooting on location. That's your problem. If you only wanted Chris's script, why did you hire me to direct? Alan Parker bluntly stated. David, you must have wanted to make a film that was different from others, right? The director continued. It's 1979 now, not 1959. Audiences no longer buy into those fabricated stories. A blockbuster film must feel real and believable to the audience. After being exposed to The Godfather, can they still watch The Wizard of Oz? Producer De Silva refused to back down. Of course I know that audiences need to see real stories, but real doesn't mean copying newsreels. Film is entertainment, and the audience ultimately needs a positive ending, and we also have to consider the school's attitude. Appropriate compromises are necessary. Compromise? Art doesn't compromise. If you compromise a little here and a little there, you'll only end up with a pile of mediocre garbage. The producer and director were arguing more and more fiercely, their heads almost touching, spittle splattering onto each other's faces with their angry words. They were getting increasingly agitated, their faces red and necks bulging. Margaret, standing nearby, couldn't intervene. Ronald, quick-witted, deliberately pushed the script forward. The script fell to the ground with a loud thud, interrupting their argument. Sorry, Ronald said, picking up the script. Ronald, the two bigwigs turned around, calling his name simultaneously. You're exactly the same age as the story's protagonist, so tell us your opinion. Do you prefer a realistic world or a fictional story? Director Allen threw out a fastball. Yes, Ronald, you tell us. Do you want them to end up making adult films, unable to find work and working as waiters, or do you want them to achieve their dreams in the end? Producer De Silva swung the bat from the perspective of an American dream. Ronald was now filled with regret. What good did it do to let these two old bastards fight? Why play the nice guy? He felt like a terrible catcher, caught between the pitcher and the power hitter. What to do? Agreeing with the director would offend the producer, and his job opportunities for the next few months would definitely be gone. Agreeing with the producer was even worse, the director might fire him on the spot. His mind raced. Ronald picked up the script as a cover, flipping through it left and right. His eyes swept over the plot of the singer character, Coco, who was tricked into making an adult film by a director and cried bitterly. Why don't we combine the two? Ronald suddenly had a brilliant idea. Combine them? The director and producer both flared up again. If we can combine them, what are we arguing about? For example, Coco. She can be tricked, but why not let her get a small job in the end? That way, her experience is realistic, and she achieves a small dream at the end, Ronald said quietly. That makes sense. What do you think, Alan? Producer De Silva asked the director. Director Parker stared intently at Ronald. That's a great idea. Ronald, you're the same age as the character in the story, so your idea is very valuable. Shall we make some changes based on this and contact the Performing Arts High School again? The director asked, turning his chair towards the producer. Producer De Silva replied, that's settled. Next, we need to think about how to find alternative filming locations and how to find other suitable people to audition. Hearing this, everyone felt a little discouraged, but the atmosphere was much better than before, and they began to actively think of solutions. Margaret secretly gave Ronald a thumbs up. The producers decided on a three-pronged approach. First, they would continue revising the script and try to negotiate with the New York Performing Arts High School again to change their minds. Second, they would look for other arts high schools in the New York area, such as the New York Conservatory of Music and the American Academy of Ballet. Although these schools didn't have as many students as the Performing Arts High School, they could still accumulate enough to create suitable filming locations and auditioning students. Thirdly, expand the joint audition scope of the two casting companies, sending audition notices to Broadway, Hollywood, and even high school acting clubs. Hold a large-scale audition of 1,000 people in New York to select 8 lead actors. Those who don't get lead roles can play supporting roles and extras. Director Alan Parker came over to Ronald and said, take this script back with you. While you're with me at the auditions these days, think about how to revise it. Ronald quickly nodded in agreement. You're the same age as me, so maybe there are some perspectives we can't see. So don't just look at the content of the script, but learn its writing format. Then focus on two parts. The first is the ending for the 8 main characters, what small successes they achieve in the end. For example, you said Coco found a job. You need to think about what kind of job she can find, and how much money she can earn to support herself after graduation. Ronald quickly nodded in agreement. Don't worry about not coming up with everything. Think of as many main characters as you can. Then there are the more relatable, realistic scenes. Which scenes in an arts high school appeal to you, that you and your classmates would like to see on the big screen? Write well. If you write well, I'll add your name to the screenwriter credits. Director Parker made a grand promise. Everyone had left, and producer De Silva personally saw Director Parker off, continuing their conversation as they walked. Ronald stayed behind, clearing away his coffee cups and sitting alone. He picked up the script and weighed it in his hand. To realize his dream of becoming a director, screenwriting was an indispensable step. Chapter 59 The Actors Studio. Producer De Silva and Director Parker got into the car and drove to the hotel. Why did you promise Ronald screenwriting credit? We had a contract with Christopher Gore for $5,000, which included his sole credit. Otherwise, Gore wouldn't have sold it to us for that price. He's not a newcomer. You know, MGM later bought the script from me for $40,000. Gore wanted this film to compete for an Oscar. He agreed because he wanted a Best Original Screenplay nomination. De Silva, driving, asked. I had no choice. David, Alan Parker, sitting in the passenger seat, replied. This is a teen movie. You, me, and Chris have all been out of adolescence for 20 years. Kids these days, what they like, what they approve of, their aesthetic tastes, their vocabulary, there's a generation gap between us. I originally planned to spend this time at a performing arts high school, immersing myself in the lives of those kids, observing them closely. But now, I'll find a script doctor to help with revisions. I'll find the one who revised the teen dance film, Saturday Night Fever. Producer De Silva stepped on the gas. But what if Ronald actually writes a usable script? In Hollywood, a verbal contract isn't worth as much as a piece of paper. Who said that again? Director Alan Parker asked with a smile. It was Sam Goldwyn who said it. De Silva laughed. Then why did you promise him credit? Give him the going rate for a script doctor. Even without credit, he'll still do his best. Alan Parker was silent for a moment. I think Ronald is someone who focuses on the long term, not short-term gains. You gave him $6,000, and instead of buying a flashy Pontiac, he bought a practical and fuel-efficient Honda. This kid has high aspirations. For someone like him, a script credit at this stage is far more important than $20,000 for being a script doctor. Only by giving him hope for career advancement, not money, will he put his all into writing, pouring his most sincere feelings onto the typewriter like blood. I don't want mediocrity, I want excellence. So what do you plan to do then? Isn't the lawyer the production team hired for handling these kinds of things? Besides, he might not even be able to write a satisfactory script. We'll deal with it later. Right now, the most important thing is dealing with the acting school issue. David, I asked around, and the main power at the Performing Arts High School is in the hands of the Board of Trustees. The trustee who's targeting us also serves on the New York City Board of Education, which controls funding for all public schools. Ronald, still unaware of this, returned to his artist apartment. Meg came to Ronald's apartment and helped decorate the room, giving it a more petty bourgeois aesthetic. She hung several idiosyncratic murals on the living room wall and moved some plastic flowers around. Ronald happily watched Meg tidy up his apartment, took a Coke from the refrigerator, and drank it sweetly. Watching Meg busy herself, it was a truly comforting feeling. Ring ring ring. Ronald went into the inner room and picked up the phone. Ronnie, you haven't called your aunt in a long time, Aunt Karen asked immediately. Auntie, I was just about to call you. My photography business in Manhattan is doing well. I even found a casting agency to be their long-term photographer. Yes, it's a company that specializes in casting for film directors, so you need to take photos often. What? There's an email for me? It's from the Directors Guild? Oh no, it's the Directors Guild. Yes, it's my membership card. Okay, I'll come back. Auntie, Ronnie, come see my work. Meg called him from the other room. Ronnie, that's a girl's voice, isn't it? Remember to bring her back to Staten Island to see us, Aunt Karen said with a laugh on the other end of the phone. Okay, Auntie, I have to hang up now. I'll come home later tomorrow to pick up my membership card. Yes, I've been helping with casting on a film set recently, so I'm a bit busy. Love you, bye, I'm here, Meg. Ronald ran into the living room and picked Meg up in a hug. You have the best taste. Meg clung to Ronnie like an octopus and kissed him. The sweet scent made Ronald quicken his pace and put Meg on the sofa. Meg grabbed him by the neck, and the two became entangled. After a while, Meg grabbed her jeans and t-shirt, and rushed to open the door to the inner room. Click, click, Meg opened 2 doors before going to take a shower. The train apartment was poorly designed. To get from the living room to the bathroom, you had to cross 2 rooms. If it were a shared apartment, there was practically no privacy. So Meg preferred to go to Ronald's place. Ronald picked up his shirt and pants and went into the room. Shall I take you to the acting studio to register tomorrow? He said to Meg across the room. In the morning? I'll come find you here tomorrow morning. Meg opened the door to speak to him, peeking out with her head in one arm, drying her hair with a towel. Perfect timing. I'm going back to Staten Island this afternoon. Want to come with me? Ronald said, opening the bathroom door. I'm here. No, not going to Staten Island, no, Meg still didn't agree to go to Staten Island with him. Ronald felt it might be a little early, the time would be right once they could live together. The next morning, the two drove to the actor's studio to register. The studio was near Hell's Kitchen, in an inconspicuous brick building on West 44th Street. If it weren't for the huge flag hanging above the white door with the words Actors Studio in large A letters on a background, Ronald would have almost missed it. Knocking on the door, the staff asked what they wanted and then had them fill out audition application forms. This confused Ronald. Isn't this the Actors Studio? A place to train acting skills? The staff, probably used to clueless guys like Ronald, pointed to the history section on the wall. The Actors Studio was originally a club-like space founded by Lee Strasberg, Elijah Kazan, and others to hone their acting skills. Joining the Actors Studio required an audition. Those without film or theater experience generally did not pass. The Actors Studio is a club? And you need to go through several rounds of auditions to join. Ronald was a little confused. He asked a staff member, do you charge tuition? No tuition. Once you pass your audition, you're a lifetime free member, and the auditions are free too. However, if you don't pass the audition, you have to wait a year before you can apply again. Ronald and Meg looked at each other. Can we take 2 brochures? Of course. The two left disappointed. In the car, Ronald said, what do we do now, Meg? I heard Julia Taylor mention that Stella Adler at NYU also runs an acting training program. No, look here, Meg pointed to the founder on the brochure, an old man with a white beard. I remember my sister Jennifer mentioning him, Lee Strasberg, one of the founders of the Actors Studio. He also runs acting training programs. Really? Let's look for it. Lee Strasberg's Drama Training Academy, located on 15th Street, was actually closer to the artist's apartments. The reception there was much more satisfactory. A staff member patiently explained the various course lengths and fees. Meg ultimately chose the 12-week course starting next week, 12 hours per week. This would allow her to complete most of her acting training before the final filming. Ronald wrote a check for $980, paying the full tuition. Starting next week, Meg would spend 2 hours a day on acting training, with a nearly 80-year-old Lee Strasberg personally giving their first lesson. Resisting Meg's invitation to dinner, Ronald hurried back to his home on Staten Island. Aunt Karen seemed much better than before. The financial relief had greatly eased her stress. After dinner, Ronald played with Donna for a while, and Aunt Karen produced an oversized letter. Opening the envelope, it was indeed a card from the Directors Guild. The Directors Guild's new president revamped the cards. The new version was no longer a cardboard card, but a credit card-sized plastic card, looking very modern. After reading the detailed explanation of the various union benefits accompanying the letter, what appealed to Ronald most was the Directors Guild's annual Director Apprenticeship program. If accepted, he could work alongside established directors on film sets, observing firsthand how they direct. Aunt Karen came over to say goodnight to him. Ronnie, don't forget to come back and spend 2 days with me on Memorial Day at the end of next month. I will, Aunt Karen. The last Monday of May is Memorial Day. Every year at this time, Aunt Karen gathers with her late husband's former comrades and widows. This is an important gathering she attends every year. Lying in bed, Ronald started thinking about revising the script. He tossed and turned, sorting out his thoughts. 8 main characters. What kind of ending would make the audience feel both realistic and comforted? He had absolutely no clue. In high school, he didn't belong to that artsy circle. Wrestling was a rather unsophisticated sport, unlike a quarterback on a football team, where you could easily date girls who played instruments or dance. He had no idea about their dreams or their pain. To write a compelling ending, he needed to observe their daily lives more closely. Ronald, however, had an innate talent for this, sharing the same idea as director Parker. What kind of artistic performances did he enjoy watching when he was in high school? During his years at Totoole High School, Ronald always envied the artistic talent of the orchestra, dance team, and cheerleading squad. To a rough-around-the-edges wrestler like himself, being able to dance ballet, play the violin, and do somersaults were all impressive skills. For someone like him, who didn't understand the intricacies, watching the violin produce harmonious melodies and ballet dancers twirl in the air felt like watching a magician's child. In fact, displaying these skillful techniques to a layman was itself a captivating spectacle. Perhaps the song and dance sequences in his dream were all the more spectacular because he couldn't perform them himself. Ronald rolled over, got up, grabbed a pen, and began writing on the paper while replaying the 3 scenes in his mind. Chapter 60 Weeping. Director Parker, these are the scenes I've written these past few days. Alan Parker, receiving a few short clips Ronald had written in just a few days, suspiciously opened them and began reading. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, someone taps out a rhythmic beat on the table with drumsticks, then someone plays the piano. Then students spontaneously join in with various instruments. Next, dance students join in, ballet, jazz, and various other dance styles blending together, dancing wildly on the cafeteria tables. Alan's eyes lit up. This perfectly matched the film's title, Hot Lunch, and could serve as the theme song scene. He continued reading. A shy mixing genius, unwilling to release his finished music, has his father playing his son's composition aloud in his taxi, attracting the entire school to run into the street and dance wildly to the music. They rushed down the stairs, out of the school gates, stopped cars, climbed onto the roofs of cars, and started dancing right there. Another brilliant scene, giving the shy Bruno a chance to change. Snap, Alan closed the script, refusing to read any further. To write a script outline of this caliber in just a few days was far beyond his expectations. Tell me, Ronald, how did you come up with these 2 scenes? It seemed the plagiarism of the original was working well, Ronald thought to himself with a smug grin. When I came back from Los Angeles, I met a father who drove a taxi at the airport. He loved his daughter so much that he stopped running his business and waited for her to return to New York. Ronald began to make things up. The shy mixing genius Bruno in the show needs a breakthrough, and I wanted to use fatherly love to help him break through. Taxis can't drive into schools, so I thought it would be nice to have the son play music he doesn't want to release on a loudspeaker on the street and have the students dance. He was getting more and more skilled at making things up. As for the hot lunch scene, I remember seeing the school band and cheerleaders eating in the cafeteria when I was in high school. They would improvise a piece when they felt like it, and I was very envious. I think the audience would also like this kind of impromptu performance. To find a suitable reason for plagiarizing the plot of his dream, Ronald even revealed his past of secretly watching the cheerleaders in high school. The plot was well-founded, and the writing flow was excellent. Alan Parker no longer suspected Ronald of plagiarizing someone else's script. These 2 scenes are fantastic. I can imagine how they'll look on screen. Teenagers will absolutely love them. Keep it up. You can think more about the endings for the main characters. I don't have any inspiration for this part. I was on the wrestling team in high school, so I'm not familiar with arts clubs. Without details, it's hard for me to write anything. That's okay. Observe slowly. If necessary, you can even infiltrate an arts high school to observe. Alan affirmed Ronald's script and encouraged him to continue writing. Without the revelation from his dream, Ronald reverted to novice screenwriter, slowly experimenting. He sought opportunities to observe the daily lives of art school students. For example, Meg's sleeping posture? People who practice ballet year-round tend to involuntarily point their toes when lying down, a very unusual characteristic. He couldn't resist testing it. Seeing if it could maintain its point when disturbed Meg slapped him away. Lacking experience, Ronald's writing progress began to slow down. For 2 weeks, he could only type 1 or 2 pages a day, then crumple them up, throw them away, and start over. During the day, he worked as a driver and assistant for the director. In comparison, writing every night became an agonizing task. Fortunately, his daily meetings with Meg helped alleviate some of his anxiety. This meant that while his writing progress was slow, it hadn't completely stalled. Meg's acting studies, on the other hand, were progressing very smoothly. According to Meg, Lee Strasberg was a Ukrainian acting master who initially studied under Stanislavski, learning the system of method acting for stage performance. He later developed it into method acting, suitable for film production. He had also coached Marlon Brando and Marilyn Monroe. On the first day of class, Lee Strasberg personally taught them the two key elements of method acting, emotional memory and improvisation. Meg was about to learn the emotional memory method. After learning it, you can instantly evoke emotions and cry in a second. It's really amazing. Lee Strasberg even gave us a live demonstration, Meg said. Really? Then his acting is truly incredible. Director Parker flew to Los Angeles for auditions, while Ronald simply stayed home full-time writing the script. The apartment was full of artists, and Ronald brought food and drinks, talking to almost everyone, hoping to learn more about the details of art students' lives. However, he had few successes. Most of the people living in the artist apartment were at least 25 years old. Their memories of art school had mostly been worn down by life, and they could no longer recall their dreams from back then. Or those who still had dreams had buried them deep in their hearts, rarely showing them to others. You know, artists are very sensitive. If you tell others about your dreams, even family and friends, you'll be hurt. Even if they say something unintentionally before your dreams are realized, you'll feel like they were targeting you, and you'll feel uncomfortable for 2 or 3 days. Thank you for talking to me about this. I know it's difficult. I'll adapt some of your shared experiences into a script, of course, anonymously. Ronald stood up, shook hands, handed the other person a bottle of red wine and a bag of sausages, and then saw the painter off. He typed out the summary of today's conversation on his typewriter, then tore off a sheet of paper, picked up a pencil, and began correcting it. He typed and revised and typed again, until it gradually got dark. Hey, why isn't Meg back yet? Ronald called Meg's roommate, only to find she hadn't returned to her apartment either. Worried, Ronald quickly went downstairs and drove to the Lee Strasberg Drama Training School. Upon entering, he heard a group of actors crying loudly in the classroom. Ronald thought something terrible had happened. Some were wailing and sobbing, tears streaming down their faces. Some were burying their faces in their hands and crying, trying to outdo each other in misery. Others were simply lying on the ground, rolling around and sobbing freely. What was going on? Had they all gone mad? Ronald anxiously searched for Meg, finally finding her in a corner. Meg was crying terribly, her eyes were swollen, and she couldn't make a sound. Only silently weeping. She was hugging her knees, hiding in the corner, using the shadow of the wall to conceal herself. No wonder he'd been searching for her for so long. Meg, what's wrong? Are you alright? Ronald asked softly, taking out a handkerchief to carefully wipe away her tears. As soon as he finished wiping, Meg started crying again, soaking the handkerchief. Meg. Ronald gently shook Meg's shoulders, but she seemed lost in her grief and didn't react. Hey, who are you? Get out of the way. Don't interfere with the student's extraction of emotional memories. A man who looked like a teacher approached with effeminate steps, pointing at Ronald with a delicate, effeminate gesture, and spoke accusingly. Ronald turned around impatiently, shoving the effeminate man so hard he stumbled. Fuck you, don't fucking come near me. You bunch of devils, is this how you train actors? Ronald turned and squatted down, gently whispering in Meg's ear, Meg, I'm Ronnie. Look into my eyes, I'm your Ronnie. Do you recognize me? Meg seemed to react a little, her lifeless eyes finding focus, and she nodded slightly. Shall I take you home? Meg nodded again. Ronald wrapped Meg's arms around his neck, pulled her into his arms, and carried her towards the entrance of the drama school. The effeminate man didn't dare stop him, only cursing Ronald for ruining performing arts. Ronald glared at him, making him howl and back away. Ronald opened the back door and let Meg lie down in the back seat. He started thinking about who could help him. A psychologist? But Meg's condition stemmed from her acting training. Most psychologists probably wouldn't know what was wrong. Right, Julia Taylor from the casting studio had mentioned Stella Adler, an acting coach at NYU. Perhaps she would understand this better. Finding a payphone, Ronald dialed Julia Taylor's number. Julia? This is Ronald. I need your help urgently. After briefly explaining the situation to Julia Taylor, she was surprised. "Didn't I tell you to go find Stella Adler? Why is this happening? Stella doesn't teach emotional memory techniques, only that old bastard Lee Strasberg." "What? Your Meg went to his class? Why did she go to his acting class?" "It was Meg's own decision. She listened to her sister. Get Meg away from that place immediately and come to the casting studio. I'll get an expert to help." Julia hung up after speaking. Ronald helped Meg to the front seat and fastened her seatbelt. He drove to the casting studio, where Julia was already waiting for them at the door. Ronald then helped Meg to the sofa in the back room, where Julia hugged her and whispered comforting words in her ear. Soon, a middle-aged woman arrived at the studio. She was Stella's apprentice, named Eileen. Stella was already 78 years old, and it wasn't convenient to bother her. Eileen went over and took Meg's hand, then asked Julia to fetch a towel to gently wipe Meg's forehead. Ronald also stepped forward, taking a moment to ask Eileen, "Is Meg alright?" Eileen stood up and glared at Ronald. "Get out of here. How can the girl get better with you here?" She pointed to the door, gesturing for him to leave. Ronald, confused, glanced at Meg, who seemed to have regained some composure, and then left the room, looking back several times, to wait. "Is it him? No, it can't be him. Ronald is a kind-hearted man. He wouldn't treat a woman like that." Julia shook her head, denying Eileen's guess. Chapter 61: The So-Called Methodology. Ronald waited a long time outside the room, filled with regret for not insisting that Meg go to Stella Adler's acting studio, recommended by Julia. Julia was an industry professional, and Meg's sister was a struggling actress. He should have insisted. But who could have known that Lee Strasberg's acting training program would be so torturous? Ronald angrily banged his head against the wall repeatedly. "Hey, doesn't your hug hurt? This wall can't withstand your banging," a man's voice rang out. "I've been watching you here for a while. I didn't want to get involved, but you're making such a racket banging on the wall. This wall is made of wood, it can't withstand strong impacts." Ronald turned around and saw a short man sitting in the opposite conference room, his hair parted to the sides, wearing black-rimmed glasses. "Sorry, sir, I'm just feeling a little guilty," Ronald said, feeling even more embarrassed at the thought of being seen in such a state. "It's okay, don't be embarrassed. I often do stupid things and then feel incredibly embarrassed afterward. My therapist made a lot of money off me because of it. To heal myself, I started making movies. Each film is a process of self-healing." The short man slowly approached, but his eyes darted around, as if he were observing Ronald rather than talking to him. Ronald felt even more embarrassed. He wanted to avoid this strange man, but he was also worried about Meg's situation and couldn't stray too far, so he could only give perfunctory ahs to the short man. "I've told you a lot about my troubles. Why don't you try telling me yours? I'm not usually very talkative, but I can chat with the right person." Ronald looked at him. Behind his thick glasses, a pair of puffy eyes shone with concern, and Ronald suddenly felt a desire to confide in him. That's roughly the situation. I don't know what happened, I just felt she was crying so painfully." After hearing Ronald's account, the man snorted. "Another problem caused by the Methodists. Their methods have their advantages, but acting should be a natural thing. You standing there banging your head against a wall, that's not something any emotional memory can act out. At that time, in that place, combined with your mood, you just did it. That's a natural reaction." "Excuse me, sir, what is emotional memory?" Ronald, seeing that the man seemed quite knowledgeable about acting, began to inquire. "Emotional memory is about retrieving a vivid memory that's associated with a strong emotion. For example, if you were afraid of spiders as a child, emotional memory uses Freud's hypnotic method to bring you back to that point in time, allowing you to fully recreate the fear you felt then, and anchoring that memory. So when you need to portray fear in a film, you retrieve that spider memory, and you immediately feel the childhood fear. However, the drawback of this method is that if someone's memory is too terrifying or embarrassing, the brain will automatically seal it away. The emotional memory method repeatedly retrieves those memories, which can harm the actor's psyche. Is there a way to solve this? Ronald asked anxiously. Just then, the door opened, and Julia and Eileen helped Meg out. Ronald rushed to the door, took Meg, who looked much better. Ronnie, I'm a little weak. Eileen said I'll be fine after a rest. Meg finally spoke, and Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Eileen gestured for Ronald to come to the room with her to talk. Ronald settled Meg on the sofa and followed Eileen inside. Julia greeted the man, Hi, Woody, are you talking to Ronald? Oh, yes, we're exchanging some thoughts on the method acting. I think he's very talented, his acting is natural and fluid. What role would you cast him in? Haha, Woody, don't judge Ronnie by the standards you use to judge auditionees. Ronnie is our photographer, he takes audition portraits. No, I'm serious, his acting is very natural, his wall-banging scene was particularly good. Okay, are you done with your Manhattan premiere? Time to start casting for Stardust Memories again. Yes, I need to discuss my new movie with you. Eileen closed the door and explained to Ronald why Meg was crying so much. Just as Woody said, the so-called emotional memory method actually carries a lot of risk. The brain tends to forget particularly painful memories. This is a human self-protection mechanism. Repeatedly reliving painful memories is extremely damaging, even for professional actors. In fact, aside from Lee Strasberg, very few acting coaches recommend doing this nowadays. This also involves a controversy surrounding the Actors Studio. Back then, Lee Strasberg and Stella Adler were key figures at the Actors Studio. The studio's acting methods were learned by Lee Strasberg from the Russian acting master Stanislavski, which he then taught to Stella and others. Through teaching practice, Stella Adler became increasingly skeptical of Lee Strasberg's emotional memory method. She met with Stanislavski, who told her that he had long abandoned the emotional memory method and now used the more advanced method combining imagination and external details. Deeply shocked, Stella returned to the Actors Studio and relayed Stanislavski's words to the other key members. This ultimately led to several key members leaving the Actors Studio to start their own businesses. Lee Strasberg was also forced to resign as director and could only run classes under his own name from then on. I'm Stella's student, so I won't comment on Lee Strasberg's methods. Just remind Meg not to use the emotional memory method anymore. As long as she doesn't retrieve that memory that caused her to cry again, it won't cause too much psychological problems. Eileen finally gave Ronald her instructions. But today's memories have already caused her a lot of harm. Is there any way to completely eradicate this hidden danger? Eileen looked at Ronald for a long time, and finally nodded. The problem with the emotional memory method is that the memories extracted are very private, possibly the deepest secrets of a person's heart. Eradicating this hidden danger is actually quite simple. Just tell this secret to someone else, and the emotional power it contains will be greatly reduced. You mean, have Meg tell me what her painful memories are? Eileen smiled and stared into Ronald's eyes, saying, don't rush, Meg has already told me the root memory that caused her to cry, but because of my promise to her, I can't tell you. I can only say that the time bomb has been defused, and as long as she doesn't recall this anchor point in the future, it won't cause such a strong reaction again. Thank God. Then I'm relieved. I'll cancel the course there and bring Meg to Ms. Stella's to enroll. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. If they refuse to refund, remember to mention the FTC's name. After saying that, Eileen gestured for Ronald to go and comfort Meg, and she went out to find Julia. It wasn't him, was it? Julia asked. No, Eileen replied. Generally, such a strong reaction usually indicates one of two possibilities: domestic violence or childhood sexual abuse by an adult male. The memory Meg described is the latter. I also tested Ronald. His first reaction after hearing Meg recount her memory was relaxation, not tension, so it shouldn't be him. Ronald found Meg, took her back to her apartment, carried her into the room, placed her on the bed, tucked her in, turned off the light, and then sat back down on the sofa watching Meg. After Meg fell into deep sleep, Ronald, who had been watching her, also fell asleep after a while. Please vote. Thank you everyone. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Veteran. Hello, this is Good Morning America, bringing you the news promptly at 7 a.m. Eastern Time every morning. Ronald was becoming more and more like a New Yorker, listening to ABC's morning news while busy making breakfast. Meg, I made you a ham and egg sandwich, and here's some orange juice. After the events of the past few days, Meg had become more silent than before. Thanks, Ronnie, I'm fine now. Meg picked up her breakfast and took a bite. After a while, she took another bite. Have some orange juice. It's from that football star nicknamed Orange Juice, the sweet treat brand that they advertise. It tastes pretty good. Ronald handed her the orange juice. Thanks. Meg still ate slowly. Lorna Barrett, what do you think of Apocalypse Now? Can it compare to the Godfather duo? The TV was talking about Apocalypse Now, and Ronald turned to look. Good Morning America wasn't just a simple news program, they also invited guests every day to talk about current events. Today, they had invited a gossip reporter. I think this is a disappointing failure, a Coppola Waterloo. She launched a scathing attack on director Francis Ford Coppola on a nationally televised program. I'm finished eating, Ronnie. Ronald turned around, looking at Meg, who was still somewhat dazed, and felt a pang of sadness. I'm going to register you for Stella Adler's acting class today. Can you come with me? Sure, Ronnie, I can go. Hearing about the acting class, Meg perked up. He registered her for Stella Adler's acting class. It was $280 for 8 classes. She could practice at the class when she didn't have classes, which was much more reasonable than Lee Strasberg's. Meg happened to run into Erin, who pulled her in for a chat and an assessment to see if Meg's mental state was suitable for attending acting classes. With nothing else to do, Ronald went outside and picked up some newspapers at the front desk to read. An article in Variety Daily strongly supported Apocalypse Now, calling it a bizarre yet magical masterpiece by Coppola, well worth the wait. It's alright now, Meg has basically recovered from that trauma. Don't use the emotional memory method again. You need to take good care of her these next few days, Ronnie, Eileen said. Her attitude towards Ronald greatly changed after seeing Meg's recovery. After that, Meg went to the acting center almost every day. Acting lessons weren't very demanding, it was mostly practice. Although Stella's courses were comprehensive and safe, like any orthodox training method, progress wasn't quick at first. Meg had to do a lot of homework every day. One day she'd imagine herself as a chick, the next she'd imitate an elephant walking. After reviewing the teaching materials Meg brought back to the apartment, Ronald gradually understood that acting is a profession that requires experience. If you haven't experienced it yourself, you also need strong observation skills to learn from others. The emotional memory method was actually a bit opportunistic. Meg, Ronald's peer, had always loved ballet, using it to escape her stepfather. Because of her extensive practice and excellent dancing, she won a scholarship to attend ballet school. However, spending so much time immersed in ballet training meant Meg didn't actually have much contact with other people or things. Much of her so-called experience was learned from her sister Jennifer. For example, when they went to the Lee Strasberg Drama Academy to get a refund. According to the advertisement, Meg could get a refund for the lesson she hadn't yet attended. But the staff there argued that Meg had withdrawn voluntarily and therefore wasn't eligible for a refund. Meg angrily argued with the staff, claiming that the emotional memory method had caused her psychological harm and was due to their performance methods. The staff retorted, saying she lacked the aptitude to understand it. Ronald pulled Meg back from arguing further, quietly saying he would handle the situation. Following Erin's advice, he called the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, to report the Lee Strasberg Drama Academy's advertising as deceptive because they hadn't stated in the advertisement that voluntary withdrawal was not eligible for a refund. The next day, the Academy called to apologize and sent back the full payment check. Their relationship grew closer, and Ronald and Meg had dinner together every night. This was mainly because the Hot Lunch production team's negotiations with the acting high school were stalled. Throughout May, they were busy interviewing various auditionees recommended by different agencies. Ronald, as assistant and driver, mainly took Polaroid photos and organized files. This allowed him to go home with Meg, who was attending acting classes. Over time, the production team accumulated a considerable number of qualified actors and secured several supporting roles. However, they hadn't found suitable candidates for the 8 main roles. Meg's improved acting earned her director Parker's approval, and she was promoted from an extra to a regular cast member. Her short-term contract of $225 per day was replaced with a long-term contract of $785 per week. Although the daily wage seemed lower, the long-term contract meant she would receive payment as long as she was on set, regardless of whether she had scenes to film. After Meg was promoted, she had more screen time, likely spanning the entire filming period, which meant a significant increase in pay. Encouraged, Meg wanted to be promoted again, to a supporting role or even a lead. She also became more proactive at Stella's studios. On the last weekend of May, Ronald asked the director for leave and returned to Staten Island to help Aunt Karen prepare for the Memorial Day gathering. In contrast to the generally respected World War II veterans, Vietnam War veterans faced considerable discrimination in America. They typically struggled to find good jobs and lacked social standing. The nationwide anti-war movement lasted as long as the Vietnam War itself. The government used conscription to force people's sons to fight a war thousands of miles away that had little to do with America. This resentment was inexplicably transferred to the veterans. The majority of Vietnam War recruits were ordinary middle-class men, and older citizens felt pity for them but were resentful of news reports of the Army's indiscriminate killings in Vietnam. The younger generation tends to dislike veterans participating in an unjust war, and instead admires anti-war figures like Hanoi Jan. Vietnam War veterans, marginalized in society, find their greatest desire in returning to their families and society. The gathering was hosted by the Hansen family, the wealthy landowners and factory owners of Ta Tuol. Old Douglas Hansen, a World War II veteran, considered serving his country a family duty. One of his sons died in Vietnam, so he deeply valued the town's veterans and widows, employing many of his own in his factory. Under his influence, Ta Tuol's attitude towards veterans was relatively positive. Old Douglas's grandson, Douglas Hansen III, was Ronald's classmate. He planned to work in the family business and attended the town's public high school, getting along well with his classmates. He was pressured by Old Douglas to join the wrestling team, becoming Ronald's classmate and teammate. Incidentally, Ronald's first car, a Volkswagen hatchback, was a used one he bought from young Hansen. The memorial service was held on Hansen's lawn. The pastor led everyone in reading a passage from the Bible, followed by a speech of thanks from a veteran in military uniform, and finally, a widow in a black dress spoke on behalf of everyone, remembering the deceased. Afterwards, everyone dispersed for a private gathering, catching up on the past year. Aunt Karen had brought cookies she had baked for everyone. Ronald, dressed in a suit and tie, spent the whole day socializing with his aunt. Young Hansen was delighted to see Ronald return, and upon learning he had made it in the film industry, he quickly pulled him aside. "Are there many beautiful women in the film industry? Have you seen Farrah Fawcett?" Farrah Fawcett was the blonde angel in the popular TV series Charlie's Angels a few years ago, and young Hansen's dream girl. She left the TV series last year to pursue a film career. "No, Hollywood is huge. I just work on a small film set. Hey kid, when is your movie coming out? When you become a big director, don't forget to introduce me to some big stars." Little Hansen punched Ronald, and the two seemed to be back in their wrestling days. Aunt Karen also became very talkative and radiant, as if she had returned to her youth. Ronald knew that on this day of the year, Aunt Karen was the carefree girl she used to be. The rest of the time, she was occupied by work and her role as a mother. Back home, after changing her clothes, she would become that waitress again. Sure enough, Aunt Karen changed into a sweater she had knitted herself as soon as she got home, resuming her housewife attire. She told Ronald to wait for her in the living room. Aunt Karen took out a bag of old clothes from the closet. Then she took out a file folder from the bedroom, containing various coupons she had collected from all over the place. Finally, there was a stack of coins and $1 bills, less than $50. "This is for your Uncle Steve's black comrade in arms, Bud Davis's family." Steve and Bud were members of the same combat squad. Mrs. Davis, also a widow, was raising 3 children alone. Aunt Karen, though struggling herself, always managed to collect coupons and used clothing for them. This time, she had Ronald deliver a box of homemade cookies to them. Ronald wanted to add some money, but Aunt Karen said he couldn't give too much, as there was no man to support the family, and giving too much money wouldn't be appropriate. Ronald thought for a moment and added a few small bills. He found out the Bud family's address, Harlem in northern Manhattan. Remembering the various terrifying tales of Harlem and his own robbery in downtown Los Angeles, Ronald hesitated. Aunt Karen noticed his hesitation. "Don't be afraid, child. Harlem is full of poor people like us, just with different skin colors. What you should be afraid of are the rich people on the Upper East Side. I used to deliver them myself a few years ago. Just be clear about who you are and who you're looking for. The people there are very friendly. Just don't go before sunrise or after sunset, and don't go to those government-built housing estates," Aunt Karen said. "Don't go in the morning, don't go at night, and don't go to the housing estates," Ronald thought. This was scary enough. He wondered why Aunt Karen wasn't afraid. Yesterday, some readers reported that they couldn't find the place to vote for recommendations on the app. On the monthly ticket voting interface, Switch to recommendation voting on the left. Please continue to recommend for one more day. Thank you everyone. Chapter 63. What kind of dance moves are these? Ronald soon found the answer. He shared the same air about him as his Aunt Karen, a quality born of poverty. He wasn't troublesome, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. Not daring to drive his new car to Harlem, Ronald chose to take the subway. After passing 125th Street Station, the subway emerged from the tunnel and went above ground. The number of black passengers gradually increased, and there wasn't the terrifying scene of everyone being robbed or carrying guns as rumored. In Harlem, there were black mothers taking their children to music lessons, and black youths in suits offering their seats to the elderly. The main security problem came from unemployed kids. Around 14 or 15 years old, they were bursting with testosterone and fearless. Without money to play, they had to think of ways. Ronald encountered a group on the subway who whizzed past the cars. If you avoided their gaze and they sensed your fear, they would harass you, forcing you to buy some souvenirs. Ronald, strong and healthy, looked back at them without fear or provocation. Instead, they circled around Ronald, exited the train, and filed over the turnstiles. Once off the subway, Ronald quickly moved away from the surrounding public housing area. These densely packed high-rises, complete with various sports facilities, were government-built housing. It was a high-crime area, frequented by drug traffickers and gangs. Reaching the neighborhood where his uncle's friend, Bud, lived, the scene was completely different. It was an old-style private residential area, very old, so old that most of the walls were peeling. The buildings weren't tall, and there was an open space between rows of houses, the walls covered in graffiti. These old-style houses, though dilapidated, were actually safer than newer public housing. The population density was lower, gang members disliked it, and it was harder for the police to hide there. A small patch of the open space was paved with terrazzo, perhaps a decoration from the original construction. Now it was occupied by a group of people. Another group of teenagers and young black men in their 20s stood in two groups in the open space. Both groups watched as two people danced to the beat of a loudspeaker on the terrazzo floor. Seeing the strangers, they stopped the tape recorder, and both groups surrounded them, uttering incomprehensible greetings like yo, yo. Ronald knew this was a dangerous sign. Harlem was very welcoming to outsiders, and he didn't know their slang, so he didn't want to be mistaken for an undercover cop or another white gang member. He quickly put down his bag and spread his hands to show he posed no threat. He stared into the eyes of the two leading black men and said loudly, "I'm here to see the Bud family, Bud Davis. My uncle is a comrade of old Bud. Does anyone know his family, Bud are your guests?" The group pushed forward a child, his age unclear, 5 feet 6 inches tall, 1.70 meters, very muscular, but with a childlike face. "Hey, is that Cousin Ronnie? My mom told me you were coming and asked me to pick you up." Bud Jr., sharing the same name as his father, warmly greeted Ronald with a fist bump. "That's the new way to say hello," Bud Jr. explained, seeing Ronald's confusion. Ronald mimicked him, bumping fists back, picked up his bag, and asked, "Are you guys having a dance battle?" "Yeah, we're having a dance battle with some guys from the Bronx. We just hang out here all day," Bud Jr. said. "Let's go home first, I'll take you. Are you sure you're okay?" Ronald pointed to the dance floor and asked Bud Jr. Hey, that white guy from out there, turns out he's a tall guy. I wonder if he has any brains. Hide behind Bud Jr., dare to come down and dance." Perhaps Ronald's pointing annoyed them, because a Latino from the group opposing Bud Jr. stepped forward, turned on a tape recorder, and, accompanied by the beat of a rhythmic chorus, suddenly started improvising a verse mocking Ronald. "You motherfucker. Watch your mouth. Ronnie is my father's comrade-in-arms nephew, he's one of us." Little Bud was enraged and went to shove him. Both groups quickly stepped forward, and the conflict was about to escalate. Hey, stop it," the leaders of both sides quickly shouted loudly, stopping the shoving. "Didn't we agree? Today, the friends from Harlem and the Bronx will settle things with a dance." The double cassette recorder, boombox, was placed back on the gas drum by the roadside, and the beat tape with only drum beats was played again. The Latino guy was improvising lyrics to encourage the dancers on both sides. Ronald found it quite interesting, wondering what kind of dance they were dancing. Disco? Boom-cha, boom-cha, boom-cha-cha. The drum beats were very strong, and it wasn't a 4/4 time signature of disco. "Wow," Ronald exclaimed in surprise, seeing the dancer from the Bronx do a Thomas flare on the ground, and then rhythmically move all four limbs to the ground. He sprang up with a somersault and began dancing like a robot. Ronald felt he could do this part too, and secretly practiced a couple of times. He seemed to know it, just a little rusty. After the Bronx dancer finished, he made various finger hooks, pinky finger raises, thumbs downs, and other gestures, taunting the Harlem people. The leader of Little Bud's group turned and looked at a young man, gesturing for him to come up. The young man wore an old-fashioned top hat, a gray vest, and blue tight basketball shorts, but he had pulled the front of the vest up over his head, revealing his chest and 8-pack abs. He started with a noodle dance, his whole body seemingly boneless like noodles, slowly slumping down to the rhythm, then gradually rising back to normal. Then he did similar gymnastic pommel horse movements, but while doing them, he deliberately thrust his hips to the rhythm, taunting his opponents. Finally, he did another somersault, stood up straight, covered his basketball shorts, and thrust his hips towards his opponents to the beat of the drums. I think I can do this too. Ronald felt a sense of familiarity again. Awoo, the Harlem team roared in victory. Their finishing move had thoroughly humiliated their opponents. Anyone with eyes could see that the Harlem competitor on Bud's side danced better. And based on Ronald's experience watching Meg practice, this guy had probably received professional ballet training. Some of his movements showed flexibility, coordination, and leg kicks reminiscent of ballet. Most importantly, his toes would unconsciously point when he kicked. Even more coincidentally, Ronald seemed to have seen him in a movie clip in his dream, a fleeting glimpse in a group dance. Ronald couldn't help but applaud and cheer. "Hey, Whitey, it's your turn," the leader on the other side pointed at Ronald. "Oops, big brother, you shouldn't have applauded and cheered. According to the rules here, cheering means you're on our side, and they can challenge you," Bud whispered to Ronald about the rules of the dance battle. "Hey, are you up to it, white guy?" The leader here was also annoyed. If Ronald couldn't jump, it would be terrible if he turned the tide of the game. "I'll jump one." Ronald slightly suppressed his excited body and signaled the other to start setting the rhythm. Boom-cha, boom-cha, boom-cha-cha. Ronald first crossed his hands on his knees and started switching his hands with a rhythm, making it look like he was switching knees. Then he used his hands to simulate climbing a ladder in the air. 1, 2, boom boom, 3, 4, boom boom. Everyone realized that Ronald was imitating a painter climbing a ladder. Although there was no ladder, he performed it vividly, and the guys from Harlem started cheering loudly. Little Bud, seeing his older cousin dance this kind of black dance, couldn't help but cheer loudly. "Yo, that's my older cousin Ronnie, the nephew of my dad's comrade in arms, my older cousin." Then came the air-pulling rope walking, the air-wiping glass walking. Ronald got really into it, putting one hand on his chest, his palm rising and falling with a rhythm. Thump, thump, boom boom, boom boom, thump thump, thump thump thump. The drumbeat of the tape recorder changed. Ronald turned around, his feet planted firmly on the ground. He pressed the top of his head, then pointed, signaling the ballet dancer to throw his top hat over. The man threw it, and the top hat flew high into the air. Ronald caught it steadily, put it on his head, then covered the top hat with one hand, put the other in his pocket, and thrust his hips to the rhythm. "Yo, yo, look, how is my older cousin dancing?" Little Bud boasted again. Ronald danced with great enthusiasm, as if it were a dance he knew from a past life, and he was quite good at it. Once he got the hang of it, he'd mastered it. He took off his top hat and quickly tossed it back to the ballet dancer. Ronald changed his pose, snapping his fingers with his right hand and rapidly raising his legs high, running in place. Whoa whoa whoa, he paused for a pose, then changed his move again, still raising his legs high, pretending to run forward, but his whole body was actually moving backward. He wasn't quite there yet. Wow, the crowd erupted. Several dancers, including those from the Bronx across the street, were more knowledgeable than the average spectator, rushing up to surround Ronald. "Hey man, what's that move called?" "I call it the moonwalk, can you teach us?" After demonstrating the moonwalk twice more to the dancers, Ronald said he was going to see Bud's mother, Mrs. Davis. Everyone greeted him warmly with fist bumps, hugs, and goodbyes. As long as they treat you like one of their own, black people can be really nice. Ronald quietly pulled Barney aside and told him to tell the ballet dancer to meet him near Barney's house. He could introduce him to an extra job. "What about me, Cousin Ronnie? Can I be an extra on a film set?" Barney readily agreed, then asked about himself. showing that even black people dream of stardom. How old are you? Ronald looked at Barney's physique. He didn't seem like someone who could dance. I'm 14, my sister is 15, and my younger sister is 13. Are you in high school? Film crews have laws against hiring actors under 18. Are you kidding me? Cousin. If you can't hire actors under 18, how did Shirley Temple make movies? Barney smiled, as if he'd seen through his cousin's trick. You're smart, little bud. There are child actors in movies, but it requires hiring tutors on set, which your family can't afford. Ronald looked at Bud's hopeful face turning to disappointment and added, I can't afford it either. Okay, I understand. Anyway, don't forget me if you have the chance, cousin. Little Bud quickly recovered from his disappointment and led Ronald home. Yesterday, some readers reported that they couldn't find the place to vote for recommendations on the app. On the monthly ticket voting interface, switch to recommendation voting on the left. Please continue to recommend for one more day. Thank you everyone. Chapter 64. Do you want to make a movie? Ronald entrusted Aunt Karen's care to Mrs. Davis. To his surprise, he found that Mrs. Davis's family was doing all right, not as bad as he had imagined. This was mainly due to America's generous welfare system for the poor. Every year, the government spent huge sums of dollars buying agricultural and livestock products, a portion of which was used as food stamps for the poor. Although Mrs. Davis didn't have a regular job and had to support 3 children, they never lacked food, and Little Bud grew up very strong. The old clothes were just what they needed, and could be given to Little Bud's sister. The cookies Aunt Karen made were what moved Mrs. Davis the most. Years ago, when their husbands wore military uniforms and went to war together, the wives of soldiers in the same combat unit often supported each other, and baking cookies was a frequent treat Karen made. A few years ago, Aunt Karen had to support Ronald and didn't have the energy to make such time-consuming treats anymore. Eating them again after so many years, Mrs. Davis secretly shed tears. After Ronald said goodbye to Mrs. Davis, Little Bud also slipped out of the house to meet him at the street corner. The two were going to see the ballerina. Bud took Ronald to Sylvia's Fried Chicken at the corner store, where Ronald ordered the signature fried chicken with pancakes. Crispy, juicy fried chicken, paired with honey-drizzled pancakes and a large Coke, it was the soul food of Harlem. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a voice came from the side. I heard you were looking for me. Ronald looked up and saw the dancer who had been dancing in the top hat earlier. Yes, let's get straight to the point. My name is Ronald Lee. I'm an assistant director, casting for a film crew. Would you like to make a movie? Ronald took out his wallet, pulled out his Directors Guild card, and handed it to the dancer. This is my Directors Guild card, it proves my identity. The dancer was somewhat surprised, took the card, placed it on the table, and pulled up a chair to sit down. Of course I'd like to make movies, but, no problem, we can talk slowly, Ronald said, and told the waiter to bring him his food as well. Let me take your picture. What's your name? I saw you dancing, you seem to have some ballet background. Ronald took out his Polaroid camera and snapped a picture of Jean. My name is Jean Anthony Ray. I studied ballet at the New York Academy for Performing Arts. Studied. Ronald was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Jean to be a student at a performing arts academy. Yes, I studied there for a year, and then they expelled me. Can I ask why? Jean took the tray from the waiter and began eating fried chicken while telling his story. It turned out that Jean was one of the few black boys to get into the dance department. Ballet, to some extent, still discriminates against black people. Very few black people can play classical ballet roles. Black ballet dancers generally perform modern ballet that blends with jazz. Jean's previous public high school in Harlem was of very poor quality, and his English grades had always been bad. After entering the Performing Arts Academy, he repeatedly failed English. Because of this, his English teacher suspended his practice sessions, forcing him to pass an English exam to continue practicing. Unable to improve his English and deprived of his only talent, dance, Jean slapped his teacher in a fit of anger and was expelled from the school board. His English teacher, however, later learned that his poor grades weren't due to lack of effort, but rather a lack of tutoring and falling behind. The teacher pleaded with the school on his behalf. However, a racist member of the board, who had long wanted Jean expelled, resolutely refused to rescind the decision. Jean was forced to attend the even worse Julia Richmond High School for Performing Arts, where the teaching quality was poor, with only 35% of students graduating each year. Aside from dance practice, Jean barely put any effort into other subjects. When he didn't have practice, He would dance on the streets of Harlem. By the way, what kind of dance were you doing? Ronald asked. We call it breakin' and poppin'. Why don't you white people call it that? What's it called? Jean was a little confused. Ronald clearly knew how to dance. It's nothing, that's what we call it too. Our movie is looking for 600 extras and a few dozen regular roles. If you're interested, I can recommend you for an audition. Of course, what kind of role will I get? I can't say for sure, the final decision is the director's. I'm just recommending you for an audition. What's the movie about? It's about 8 arts school students, the story of their 4 years from enrollment to graduation. Actually, the story's setting is based on the performing arts college you attended. Then I'm sure I can do well. I was a student there, I used to be, Jean said confidently. So what do you audition for? You'll have to dance a short piece and then act in a short scene. If the director is satisfied, he'll sign you. When can I audition? Jean ate another piece of fried chicken and then stopped moving. Ronald noticed that he wasn't eating a muffin or adding honey. As a dancer, he was quite self-aware of maintaining his carbohydrate and calorie intake. Do you have a phone? Yes, Jean recited a phone number. It's the number in my building. If I don't answer, just say you're looking for Joan's son. Having agreed on the contact method, Jean prepared to go back and wait for their call. He took the remaining fried chicken and muffins, along with the complimentary cornbread from the restaurant, and wrapped them in a paper container. I'm taking some from my mother. Ronald simply ordered him another serving of fried chicken to take with him. By the way, what's the name of your movie? Jean asked while waiting for their food. Hot Lunch, Hot Lunch. Jean burst into laughter, and Little Bud laughed so hard he crawled under the table. Why is it called that? Just hearing the name, I thought you guys made adult films. Ha ha ha. Ronald was baffled by the laughter, until Bud whispered in his ear, in Harlem, black people call taking care of something with their mouths hot lunch. Ha ha ha. Ronald laughed too. I'll have to talk to the director about it next time. After Jean left, Ronald picked up the Directors Guild card on the table and put it in his wallet. Looks like his English is really bad, he can't read much. Leroy's character is also illiterate, but unfortunately the script says he's Latino. If he were black, Jean might have a chance to try, as Jean's background is very similar to Leroy's. Are you really going to cast that b-boy in the movie? Bud asked Ronald with a grin. What's a b-boy? It's someone who does those breakdancing moves. We all call them b-boys. Is there anything wrong with him? He's a faux pas. Ronald raised an eyebrow. The director will handle it. Filming is really about his character. As long as he dances well and plays his role well, there's nothing wrong with it. Of the 8 main characters, Montgomery's character is gay, and Leroy is a girl lover. But that's not his concern. He called the waiter and ordered 4 more dishes. I can't eat 4 dishes, cousin. These are for your mother and sisters, you rascal. Ronald raised his hand and smacked Bud's forehead. Study hard. Is studying useless? There aren't that many jobs in Harlem that need high school graduates. Bud scratched his head, feeling wronged. If you can graduate high school smoothly, I'll recommend you for a job in the future. Really, cousin? Don't worry, my grades aren't bad. I'll definitely graduate. Chapter 65, First Protagonist. What if you find an actor whose personality and experiences are a perfect fit for a role, but whose appearance doesn't match the script's description? Ronald asked Margaret, who is organizing audition materials with him. That's a good question. Our studio's founder, Marion Dolores, actually changed the industry's general view on this issue, Margaret explained. The 1967 film The Graduate had a script for a tall, handsome blonde guy, kind of like you, Ronnie, but Marion discovered Dustin Hoffman and convinced director Michael Nichols to cast him as the lead, changing the tall blonde guy in the script to a short Jewish man. That movie was a huge success, and since then, directors have started to pay more attention to the fit between the actor and the character's personality, rather than just looking at appearance. You know, in the big-budget era, casting directors were almost like secretaries, just picking actors from photos who looked like the script description. Margaret, look at this photo. Ronald took a picture of Jean from his notebook and handed it to Margaret. What? Is there anything special about him? He dances very well, and his background is remarkably similar to Leroy, the protagonist of Hot Lunch. He also comes from a poor background in Harlem, attended a performing arts high school, but was expelled for disciplinary infractions. The most interesting thing is that, like Leroy, he's not very literate. The only problem is that he's black, while Leroy is Latino. What's his name? We can have him audition tomorrow. Gene Anthony Ray, of course. I told him he was auditioning for a dance extra role, but I always felt he was Leroy. Ronald picked up the phone and dialed. I'm looking for Gene. Gene Anthony Ray. There's no such person. The number he gave me is, wait, he's Joan's son. Yes, the one who always wears a top hat. After a while, Gene answered the phone, and upon hearing that he was auditioning tomorrow, he was very happy and started singing on the phone. Does this kid not go to school every day? Did he get expelled again? Ronald wondered to himself. Gene's audition was a great success. His ballet incorporated elements of breakdancing and robotics, making him seem like a dance prodigy who hadn't received formal training and had simply blended various styles. Only such a dance genius could impress the teachers during the entrance interview, defeating the main actor and making an exception to admit Leroy, who was assigned as a backup dancer for his friend. We need to get producer David De Silva and director Alan Parker to take a look. Margaret, convinced by Gene's audition, agreed with Ronald's opinion and recommended him as a candidate for Leroy. No, that won't work. That would be too many black actors. 3 out of the 8 main characters would be black. After seeing Gene's audition, the producer decisively rejected the idea. Leroy is a male dance student, Coco is a female music student, and there's also Coco's rival, Lydia. Ronald calculated that there were indeed too many. There were only 8 main characters. But he is Leroy. We can't give up on someone as suitable as him. He will elevate the entire film to another level. Director Parker, however, supported Gene playing Leroy. No way. American audiences are used to the proportions of main characters in movies: 2 black people, 1 Latino white person, 1 Jewish white person, and the other 4 are European white people. No distribution company would agree to put so many black main characters. Do movies need such strict racial proportions? Ronald asked Margaret quietly. You're still young, Ronnie. In Hollywood movies, roles are assigned based on race, Margaret said. In the era of big studios, Hollywood was basically all white roles. Black people rarely got roles, and if they did, they were usually supporting roles. After Dr. King's civil rights movement, black people started to have their own place in the entertainment industry. If it's a movie reflecting New York, black, Latino, Italian, and Jewish people, the common races in New York, are assigned roles according to population proportions. It's a tacit rule. What about Chinese Americans? Chinese Americans? They don't have enough influence. At most, they get 1 supporting role. In the college interview scene in Hot Lunch, there's a Chinese American violinist who appears, but that's it, Margaret explained to him. What do you two think? Director Parker and the producer, unable to reach an agreement, asked Margaret and Ronald for their opinions. Ronald sensed the director was seeking support. Gene was originally recommended by Ronald and Margaret, so asking for their opinions clearly indicated a bias. Ronald, why change the lead actor's skin color? This casting is clearly inconsistent with the script. Producer De Silva emphasized the phrase clearly inconsistent with the script, a reminder of their initial agreement. Mr. De Silva, my thinking is simple. Gene's background is very similar to Leroy's. If you and Mr. Parker agree, I think he's a good choice. If not, he can also handle a minor role in a dance. Ronnie and I auditioned him. Gene's acting is very powerful, and his background is practically identical to Leroy's. It's rare to find an actor who can play himself so naturally. The audition results also show that teenage actors are hard to find these days, so changing the script for him is worthwhile, Margaret chimed in. Perhaps we could consider changing the races of the other 2 black girls to maintain the proportion of black characters in the main cast, Ronald suggested quietly. De Silva was at a disadvantage. Ronald and Margaret both sided with the director, favoring changing Leroy's backstory and casting Gene as the protagonist. Casting wasn't about choosing a leader, nor was it about the number of votes. However, producers also had to be reasonable. Without sufficient justification, De Silva generally couldn't veto Director Parker's decisions. De Silva frowned. No, Coco's scenes can't be cut. She's the only student who studies dance, comedy, and music. Many of the main characters' scenes need her to connect them, producer De Silva said. So, the other one can be cut, Ronald wondered. Then cut Lydia's scenes, Director Parker declared decisively. Lydia and Coco's storylines are too repetitive, and their competition in their singing careers is actually quite pointless. Coco herself didn't succeed, And even if Lydia wins, the best outcome is just making adult films. Margaret pasted Jean's Polaroid photo below Leroy on the whiteboard. Ronald, remember to take a picture of Jean. He's one of the main characters now, the first main character confirmed for the whole film, the director continued. How are our other main characters doing? Where are the auditions being held? They'll be held at the Ambassador Hotel. They have several large business conference rooms there, which is usually our preferred location. Ronald, come here for a moment, I want to talk to you. Producer De Silva, seeing the director and Margaret chatting so enthusiastically, pulled Ronald out of the office for a private conversation in the hallway. What did I tell you? I told you to keep an eye on the director and not to choose actors who are clearly not a good fit for the script. And what did you do? De Silva lowered his voice, but the veins on his face bulged, showing his extreme anger. I'm sorry, Mr. De Silva, I only meant to give him a chance as an extra, but his background. Ronald immediately sensed something was wrong. The producer, like a bat that kept missing its target, couldn't hit the distant pitcher director and started complaining about the catcher, Ronald, beside him. De Silva made a stop gesture. Don't say any more. You've lost 1 point of credibility with me. Don't do anything against my will again. De Silva was also very tall, looking Ronald straight in the eye. Don't think that just because the director likes you, I can't fire you, okay, Mr. De Silva, I apologize. Ronald wondered how many points he had on the producer's end. Also, Alan will be mainly at the Ambassador Hotel soon, interviewing the auditioning actors. Your driver job is over. De Silva, still angry, interrupted his apology. Well, my monthly extra income is gone too. The cost of recommending someone is really high. Ronald was a little annoyed. Don't forget what I told you, little Ronnie. You need to remember who pays your salary on set. Producer De Silva poked Ronald's chest repeatedly with his finger. Ronald took 2 steps back, his ears starting to itch. This outcome went against the producer's instructions. However, Ronald hadn't overstepped his authority. He had immediately contacted Marguerite, who then reported it to him and the director. The final script changes could be attributed to the producer's failure to control the director. Besides, he was doing it for the good of the entire crew, wasn't he? This will help you remember. De Silva pointed to his head. Don't forget what you promised me. He then turned to leave. I have something else, Mr. De Silva, Ronald called to the producer. I've heard that hot lunch is a very bad slang term in Harlem. Is there a problem with the movie title? In their slang, hot lunch means, De Silva interrupted Ronald again, you're overthinking it, Ronnie. This movie isn't for black people. Just because 2 of the main characters are black doesn't mean the main audience is black. Do you understand? Forget it, you don't understand film distribution and marketing, and you wouldn't understand anyway. I know you're ambitious, little Ronnie. But on set, the most important thing is to mind your own business. Ronald felt like someone had said that to him before, scratching his ear. Feeling down after losing several $1,000s for no reason, Ronald poured himself a cup of coffee and sipped it in the hallway. Ronnie, how did my audition go? Jean, still waiting in the outer room, rushed up to find out when he saw Ronald. Hasn't Margaret told you yet? The director likes you and will give you an important role. Ronald smiled. Come with me, I'll take you to meet the director. Hey, brother. I won't forget you. We Harlem men are very clear about our grudges. From now on, I'm one of yours on set. Jean began to pledge his loyalty. Remember to listen to the director. Act well, don't tarnish Harlem's reputation. Ronald led him into the conference room. Director, Jean's here. Ah, Jean, you're here. Director Parker hugged him happily. You'll be one of the main characters, Leroy from Harlem. This is your script, you need to memorize it during this time. Ask Ronald if you don't understand anything. Then, starting next week, go to the Ambassador Hotel every day. We'll start auditioning other actors. Some roles will require you to act alongside them. Act well, Jean, and don't let my $6,000 a month go to waste. Chapter 66 Infiltrating the Enemy's Base. Aren't you going to drive for Director Parker? Meg asked Ronald from behind, one arm around his shoulder, the other holding a can of Coke, offering it to him. No, I'm not driving. The director is preparing for the auditions and has already checked into the Ambassador Hotel. I also have my own work to do. I'm writing a script, Ronald replied, typing furiously on his typewriter. Which role are you writing right now? I'm writing a role for Hillary, the rich girl from the dance department, and also for Lisa Monroe, who is in the same department. Ronald paused, tore a sheet of paper from the typewriter, and handed it to Meg. After the black character Lydia was removed from the lead role, the director added a role for Lisa, a white girl from the dance department, making her the lead. Which role are you auditioning for, Meg? Hillary or Lisa? Meg had always wanted to go further. She also harbored ambitions for a lead role. And Hillary and Lisa, these two white girls from the dance department, were the most suitable for Meg. Ronald had been focusing on their roles these past few days. I'm mainly preparing for Lisa. Hillary's family background is too different from mine. I've performed for Eileen several times at Stella's acting school, but it wasn't ideal. However, she thinks I should challenge myself and try to find Hillary's motivations. I asked my sister Jennifer, and she thinks Lisa's middle-class background is more relevant to us, and she has a significant role. Choosing a role with a similar background to our own is a good choice for our first film. Ronald frowned. He and Meg had already argued twice because of Jennifer's various suggestions. Perhaps because of their deep childhood friendship, Meg trusted Jennifer more, even though Eileen was a professional acting teacher and her advice was more appropriate. But Lisa Monroe was a lazy girl who was eventually expelled from the dance department because she wasn't good enough at dancing. You're such a good ballet dancer, can you play her well? Ronald echoed acting teacher Eileen from another perspective. You have a point. Maybe I can try both. Meg continued to look down at the script Ronald was writing. Hey, why did you copy what I said into the script? Meg, halfway through reading, pinched Ronnie hard on the waist. Ronald laughed. It was a line from when they went to the Statue of Liberty, where Meg shared her dream. Ronald thought it was perfect for the scene where Hillary goes to get an abortion, so he made some minor changes and included it. It was Hillary's monologue while waiting outside the clinic, hands crossed over her stomach, speaking to the baby inside her. Look, I got an offer from the San Francisco Ballet, and I've decided to accept. Look, I'm a good dancer, better than average, the best in school. If I went to the New York City Ballet, everyone would think I bought my way in. Look, my dream is to dance every classical ballet role before I'm 21, Giselle, Coppelia, Sleeping Beauty, and The Black Swan. I hope to hear audiences shouting bravo, at stages in New York, Leningrad, London, and Paris. There might even be a ballet written just for me. Look, there's no room for a baby in my dreams. Sobbing softly, the clinic nurse asks, will you pay by MasterCard or American Express, honey? Meg slapped Ronald again. Ronnie, this is too cruel to Hillary. I won't allow you to write this. Why? This scene is exactly the ending of Hillary's story. I think it's handled very well, isn't it? Giving up her baby for her career is Hillary's character. Besides, you can familiarize yourself with this scene more. I feel that director Parker will like it, and maybe he'll use it in the final script. Moreover, he usually auditions actors for scenes with strong emotions. Ronald hoped that Meg would try to get the role of Hillary. No, I don't want everyone to know about my dream. Meg shook her head. Ronald remembered the advice he had heard from the painter in the same apartment building. Don't easily tell others about unfulfilled dreams. He nodded, crumpled the letter into a ball, and threw it in the trash can. Oh no, I'm going to be late for my acting class, Meg exclaimed, hurriedly grabbing her bag to leave. Take my car. Ronald handed her the keys. Thank you, darling. Meg kissed Ronald and went out. Ronald looked at the crumpled paper in the trash can. He took it out again, spread it out on the table, and carefully smoothed out the creases. He read it twice more. It was really well written. This was the best scene he had written. The dialogue, based on real life, was incredibly powerful. Ronald carefully folded it and tucked it into the plastic cover of his notebook as a keepsake. Ronnie, how many audition applications do we have now? Margaret asked. Over 620 in total. That means about 500 people will show up, but that's still not enough. Is there anywhere else we can advertise? Director Parker asked. No, we've sent ads everywhere we can. In New York, except for performing arts high schools, we've put up audition ads at all the other arts high schools. Margaret shook her head in frustration. How about trying newspapers? Besides placing casting ads in professional newspapers and magazines like The Hollywood Reporter, Daily Variety, Backstage, and Performing Arts, we can also try mass media. Many students read The New Yorker, Harper's Bazaar, and The New York Post. The entertainment sections of those could also work. Ronald had a sudden inspiration, remembering his advertising efforts in Los Angeles. There's no time for magazines, let's put it in the newspaper. Ever since the Mail was acquired by an Australian tycoon, Gossip stories have been making it onto the front page, producer De Silva decided. Our auditions are scheduled for next Saturday. We'll be divided into 2 groups, each auditioning in a separate business hall at the Ambassador Hotel. They'll be led by casting directors from Margaret Simkin and Howard Fair, respectively. Each group will have 4 casting directors conduct the initial auditions, focusing on their talents, instruments, singing, dancing, acting, etc. Producer De Silva began assigning tasks. Those who pass the initial auditions will go to the rooms on the 2nd floor, where the directors, Margaret, Fair, and I will review them. Those who pass will then have a second audition at a later date. Our goal is 8 lead roles, and we have 7 now. 16 supporting roles, and 24 resident actors. That's a total of 48, 47, no, we need to subtract Meg Tilly, so that's 46, at a 20:1 ratio, we need to accumulate about 1,000 auditionees, and we are still short about 400, think, everyone, think, where do we find these people? The producer encouraged the people present to brainstorm. Should we contact art schools in Connecticut and Massachusetts and arrange auditions? Casting director Howard Fair suggested. Cross-state travel is troublesome. And they are minors. Different states have different regulations, and they might need parental accompaniment. It's best to resolve this in New York, Margaret disagreed. Of course, if you have good candidates, that's another matter, so? What's the progress in Hollywood? De Silva asked the director again. The director had already traveled between Los Angeles and New York twice but hadn't finalized any candidates. Not optimistic. We could organize an audition there too, but right now, there's a severe shortage of young actors who can act throughout America. Using adult actors would require careful consideration of close-ups to avoid any obvious flaws, so we can only look for those with youthful faces. Does anyone have any good ideas? Ronald, what about you? The producer called on Ronald. I don't have any ideas. We've searched everywhere in New York except for the Performing Arts College. Actually, the solution was simple. Everyone knew it, but no one said it aloud. The largest audition base was the New York Performing Arts High School, which had fallen out with a production team after hearing the director leak the script. With over 1,000 students, including graduating seniors and upperclassmen, all problems were solved. However, having learned his lesson last time, Ronald was now cautious and reserved. Ronald, try to sneak in and find a way to spread the word about the audition, the producer assigned directly. Okay, I will. You need to approve some funding for me. I might need to bribe security guards and teachers, Ronald said irritably. Producer De Silva was still unhappy with him, assigning him this task. Doing it well wouldn't necessarily bring credit, and doing it poorly would be a matter of his ability. However, Ronald had his own way of dealing with it. Here's a $100 allowance, you can bring a few bottles of alcohol. The gatekeeper likes that, and you can sneak in, De Silva said. Remember to give me the receipts for reimbursement, give the gatekeeper alcohol, sneak into the high school dorms? Is this some kind of producer's personal experience? Does he really think he'd go to Performing Arts High School alone and foolishly recruit people? Ronald thought to himself. After the meeting, only Margaret offered Ronald a few words of comfort. Remember when Julia Taylor invited you to join us? Think about it. You could be in charge of auditioning some of the actors this time, and you can also intern at the studio after school starts. Thank you, Margaret, I will, Ronald replied. The next morning, Ronald drove to a parking lot opposite the Performing Arts College and waited. After a while, Jean came over with 2 boys. Hi, Ronnie, these are my good friends from the Performing Arts College, John and Morgan. After greeting them, Ronald got out of the car and opened the trunk, which was full of advertisements for hot lunch auditions. Ronald had typed them out on his typewriter the day before and then photocopied them at Xerox, a total of 2,000 copies. Help me carry these in. The group carried the audition advertisements into the vicinity of the school cafeteria. Jean's 2 friends were upperclassmen in the dance department, and they knew almost every department head. Each leader would distribute 100 or 2 copies, quickly covering all graduating and upperclassmen classes. Actually, what was hindering the auditions of the Performing Arts High School students was the school's board of trustees. As for the students, and even the teachers, who wouldn't want to be chosen by the production team and become famous overnight? The producer didn't understand the complexities of the social hierarchy in public schools. Public schools weren't as strictly managed as the private schools his generation had attended. The high-ranking board of trustees would receive the news at least a few days later, but once the news spread, Who could stop them from auditioning? Here, Ronald handed Gene $5.20 bills to distribute to his buddies. What Ronald hadn't anticipated was that the news wouldn't just circulate at the Performing Arts High School. Through the alumni network between schools, it had spread throughout New York's art schools and performing arts venues within days. Chapter 67 Slaughterhouse-Style Audition. Hey, you can't block the road. We've known each other for a long time, the line can't stretch all the way to 43rd Street. Keep your line within the Ambassador Hotel's entrance area. Around the corner of the building, a New York police officer yelled at the hotel doorman. Sir, the line has already circled the hotel twice. If it doesn't ease up, I'm worried something might happen. The concierge came out of the hotel, shook hands with the officer, and quickly and discreetly handed over $20 hidden in his hand. Okay, I'll call other officers to help maintain order. But what about the next game next week? Everything's arranged, front seats, the concierge said. The hotel's concierge was a hub for all sorts of scarce resources and gossip. He quickly got the police involved to help maintain order for that damn film crew's audition. What kind of event is this? Why are there so many people? An audition for a movie crew? The concierge maintained a smile, but a hint of resentment was already in his heart. The business manager hadn't told him that so many teenagers would be there. It seemed like all the handsome guys and beautiful girls from New York high schools had gathered here. Calling headquarters, this is officer. A large crowd has gathered near the Ambassador Hotel on 43rd Street for a film audition. More officers are needed to maintain order. Over. The officer turned on the radio in his patrol car and began calling for backup. The crowd continued to grow, the line that had circled the hotel twice finally spilling onto 43rd Street. The number of people coming to audition continued to increase, encroaching on the street layer by layer, finally blocking it completely by 9 in the morning. My God, judging by the crowd, there are already close to 2,000 people. Excluding those accompanying the auditions, there are about 1,000 people auditioning. David, where did you find so many young men and women for auditions? Director Alan Parker looked down from his hotel room window. Huh? Where did all these auditionees find out about us? From the newspapers? Or from agents? Neither. The biggest source is the Performing Arts College. Why are so many of them auditioning? Producer David De Silva was on the phone with audition director Howard Fair, who was downstairs at the audition site. Let's go down and take a look. Director Parker came up, hung up the phone, and pulled producer De Silva downstairs. Listen up, everyone. The auditions are divided into 4 sections. Instrumentalists and singers go to the left hall, dancers and performers go to the right, where there are dressing rooms to change into dance costumes. Everyone will be treated equally, we guarantee fairness. Ronald stood on a table in the lobby, using a megaphone to explain the rules to the auditionees. Once you're inside, professional audition directors will interview you. Just do as they say and show off your talent. Those who get a green slip, please go up to the second floor for the second round of auditions. Those who don't get one, please leave through the hotel's back door. If you're auditioning for more than one project, you can rejoin the queue. You can only audition once per project. Producer De Silva stopped a student-looking auditionee. Hey, how did you find out about this audition? Haven't you heard about this great news for art school students yet? Here, go call your friends. This is the best news in the New York entertainment industry in 10 years. The student handed over a piece of paper. Here's the biggest news in New York's entertainment industry in 10 years. A new film by an Oscar-winning director, 47 credited roles, 600 plus extras. If you consider yourself a talented actor, dancer, singer, or musician, bring your talent to the Ambassador Hotel, 43rd Street. Time, SHXT. It was Ronald. How many people did he bring? Ronald. Ronald, producer De Silva started shouting. Stop yelling here, go audition the singers with Phil's men. Remember not to cast actors who are obviously not in line with the script, but Margaret and I. Okay. Seeing the producer glaring at him again, Ronald raised his hands in surrender and went to the audition room. Stop sighing, let's go upstairs and wait for the auditionees who passed the initial screening. Director Parker was satisfied with everything and pulled the producer upstairs. Next, after saying goodbye to Margaret, Ronald also entered the singer audition room. Today, he sported a full beard, wore a suit and tie, and exuded the aura of a Hollywood bigwig, capable of deciding the fate of auditionees. Ronald sat with a middle-aged female manager from the Fair and Lizard casting agency. One by one, young singers filed in, each given 30 seconds to sing, awaiting their fate. Next, the manager called out again. "This one seems alright, shouldn't we choose her?" Ronald asked, somewhat puzzled. The manager, Joanna Merlin, whispered in Ronald's ear, "The producers have already decided on a black girl for the role of Coco. We're just going through the motions. If we hear someone exceptionally good, we'll give her a pass to join the choir as an extra." Ronald nodded in understanding and asked the girl auditioning, "Did you bring a backing track?" The girl put the backing track into the recorder and began singing Olivia Newton-John's "You Are the One That I Want." The buzz surrounding the movie Grease hadn't completely died down yet, and many of the singers auditioning sang this song. Next, manager Joanna Merlin interrupted the girl who was half singing off cue without hesitation. The girl burst into tears, grabbed her backing track, and ran out of the audition room. Ronald felt like a butcher. The auditions were like a slaughterhouse assembly line. His job was to kill off one girl after another's dreams of performing. Ronald didn't want to be the villain who crushed dreams, so he usually let Joanna make the judgments. After half an hour, he couldn't help but ask, "What kind of singer gets selected?" "It's hard for me to describe, you'll know when you hear it," manager Joanna shrugged. Finally, a singer was chosen, and Ronald understood what Joanna meant. A truly good voice doesn't need judgment, it naturally stands out. Like a swan calling among crows, you know it when you hear it. "What's your name?" Ronald wrote her name on a green slip of paper, next to which he wrote singer, and handed it to her. "Go upstairs, turn left, there are signs, follow them to wait outside the second round interview room." The black girl happily took the green slip of paper. She shouted yes, and ran up the stairs. Next, after a long while, Ronald heard another voice stand out. This time it was a white girl. She wasn't tall, had short, neat hair, and long, strong eyelashes, giving her a doll-like appearance. The only flaw was a wide gap between her front teeth. But as soon as she opened her mouth, everyone forgot about her appearance and focused on her singing. This girl didn't play any accompaniment. Instead, she sang Linda Ronstadt's "Just One Look" a cappella. This song is difficult to sing a cappella. The original singer uses bass to create the rhythm and doesn't have a very clear melody. The girl could sing a cappella, not only perfectly in rhythm but also capturing a hint of the original singer's charm, a truly top-tier musicality. He was about to write her a green slip when the female manager, Joanna, called out, "Next." "Wait a minute," Ronald called out, stopping the girl who was about to leave. He tilted his head and asked Joanna, "Why? Did she sing very well?" Joanna leaned closer and said, "She's white, and the producers don't want too many strong white candidates for Coco." She gave Ronald a knowing look. "But she's more than capable of being an extra in the choir, isn't she? The director might take a liking to her." "You don't want to get fired, do you?" Joanna had heard about Ronald's support for the black singer, Jean. "Okay, I'll go report to the producer and see what he says." Ronald picked up his notebook, slipped a green slip inside, and said to the girl, "Come with me." The girl, confused, followed Ronald upstairs. "By the way, what's your name?" "Madonna, 2 N's. "Madonna, wait here for a moment. I'll go get the producer and see if we can get you a role in the choir." Ronald told Madonna to wait at the bottom of the stairs while he went to confirm with producer De Silva. Madonna nodded in agreement, her restless eyes scanning the various people passing by. Ronald went into the second audition room, approached Mr. De Silva who paid him, described Madonna's talent as a singer, and asked if it was appropriate for her to pass the initial audition. Producer De Silva smiled. This time, Ronald finally remembered who the boss was. "This is Madonna." Ronald introduced the girl to the producer. "Her singing is very good, like a young..." "Yes, like a young Barbra Streisand," De Silva chimed in. "I was going to say Linda Ronstadt, but you're the boss, say whatever you want," Ronald thought to himself. "Are you Jewish?" De Silva looked at Madonna's large nose and suddenly asked. "No, I'm Italian." Madonna impatiently ran her fingers through her hair. "Okay, she can play a Jewish person. Her nose is good enough." The producer gave Ronald an approving look, as if to say, "Little Ronnie, you did a good job this time. Come in with me. Madonna will sing Barbra Streisand's The Way We Were for everyone." "You said it yourself. If the director wants her to play Coco, don't blame me," Ronald thought. Chapter 68, The Second Protagonist. Memory can be beautiful, but things that are too painful to recall, we simply choose to forget. Madonna sang another of Barbra Streisand's old song, The Way We Were, the theme song from the movie of the same name starring Streisand and Robert Redford. Even director Alan Parker couldn't help but applaud. "Good, Very well sung. We can consider casting her as Coco. No, Alan. She should play Doris. Look at her nose, her figure, her singing. She's very much like a young Barbra Streisand. She's perfect for that average-looking, insecure Jewish girl, Doris. Hearing that she was average-looking and insecure, Madonna pouted. You must be blind, David. Director Parker's nose flared even more as he began to criticize the producer mercilessly. Doris is an insecure girl, look at her. He pointed at Madonna, who was holding her chin up. Is she insecure? Ronald sensed things were getting out of hand, and the two were about to argue again. She quickly and quietly stood up from her seat, leaning against the wall, and slowly moved towards the door. Don't come after me if you can't reach an agreement this time. Seeing Madonna looking over, she quietly made a shushing gesture, signaling her not to tell anyone. The director and producer argued for a long time in front of Madonna, then suddenly remembered. Ronald, what do you think? Huh? Where's Ronald? Have you seen him? Madonna shrugged and spread her hands. Okay, let's not argue here. We'll put Madonna's matter on hold for now, and decide on his role during the next round of auditions, the producer said, pointing to Madonna. Here, leave your contact information, and we'll let you know. What's this? Director Alan Parker saw the notebook Ronald had forgotten to take. He opened it and a crumpled piece of paper fell out. The director unfolded the paper. It contained excerpts from Hillary Clinton's script. My dream is to dance every classical ballet role before I turn 21. Giselle, Coppelia, Sleeping Beauty, and The Black Swan. This is great. Director Parker thought to himself, slamming his hand on the table. Hey you, go make 10 copies of this paper. Joanna Merlin's judge's position had been filled by another colleague, and Ronald wandered around the audition booths on the first floor. He went to Margaret's booth. He had been there to watch the dance auditions, so he added a chair behind the judges' seats. Meg was interested in the two lead dancers, and he wanted to see how good his competitors were. After watching several, none of them danced as well as Meg. They're all more suited to playing the languid Lisa Monroe. Who's Lisa Monroe? Ronald turned around and saw Meg. What are you doing here? The director told me to go up and audition for the second round with Hillary and Lisa Monroe this afternoon. Meg laughed. I'll come watch your audition. The next audition was for a Chinese-American girl, who was vying for a Chinese-American extra role. You could also play this Chinese-American ballet girl, Ronald teased Meg quietly. Don't talk nonsense, Meg interrupted him seriously, dragging him to a corner. Don't mention my Chinese heritage again, Ronnie. Why? Ronald was confused. I've never told anyone about my Chinese heritage except you, especially now as an actress. If you're labeled as Chinese, you won't get any roles. How many Chinese-American roles are there in Hollywood each year? Okay, I understand. Ronald made a zipping motion to close his mouth. Well, I need to prepare for my performance now. Don't bother me. Meg's acting skills were still in the training stage, and she needed to be alone to prepare her emotions. Ronald was waiting to see the last few morning auditionees. Next, Margaret called in another ballet girl. Begin. Do these movements as indicated on the audition notice. The girl had blonde hair, an elegant figure, and had already changed into her ballet practice clothes and dance shoes. She assumed her stance, began spinning her legs, 1 circle, 2 circles, followed by an arabesque on tiptoe, pausing for half a second, like a beautiful white swan. Ronald was stunned. This was the girl who had played Hillary in his dreams. He jumped up abruptly, accidentally knocking over a bottle of water, and hurriedly picked it up. The girl gave him a reproachful look. What? Love at first sight, Margaret teased him softly. No, I feel she is Hillary, Ronald said solemnly. He couldn't let Meg hear this joke. You definitely deserve it. Your skills and demeanor match Hillary's. Margaret smiled and handed the girl a green card, writing her name on it, and told her to go to the second floor for the second round of interviews that afternoon. Ronald leaned over to look. The girl's name was Antonia Franceschi. Italian. Antonia Franceschi, you're the first one. The second round of interviews that afternoon was in a large room on the second floor. Director Alan Parker, producer David De Silva, casting directors Margaret, and others were all present. The director had also set up a camera specifically for 35mm film to film the audition process. The actors' faces, refracted through the film lens, would undergo some wondrous changes. Some people who are beautiful in real life might not be beautiful on camera. Or conversely, ordinary people in real life might become incredibly alluring on screen. Everything was decided by the god of cinema. Take this. Alan handed Antonia a piece of paper. Familiarize yourself with it. We'll begin in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Alan turned on the camera, indicating the girl could begin. Antonia Franceschi sat on a bench, her hands crossed over her stomach, cultivating a sorrowful emotion. She acted well, her voice trembling with a hint of tears, yet she struggled to hold them back. Her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking, and then she began to mutter to herself, "You see, my dream is to dance every classical ballet role before I turn 21, Giselle, Coppelia, Sleeping Beauty, and the Black Swan." Suddenly, Ronald stood up again. Everyone looked at Ronald, annoyed that he had interrupted this wonderful performance. The most astonished was Margaret. What was wrong with Ronnie today? Why did he suddenly stand up twice in front of Antonia? She couldn't help but look at Ronald. Ronald was both shocked and frightened. He stared intently at director Alan Parker. This was the script he had written. It contained Meg's secret dream, and it was the script he had promised Meg to throw away. Alan Parker had actually used it for the audition. How did he get the script? Why didn't he consult him before doing this? Meg would definitely blame him. Meg Tilly was also in the crowd, covering her mouth, agape in surprise. Her beautiful eyes looked at Ronald, as if blaming him. Why didn't he keep his promise? Why give the director a script that belonged only to her, Meg? Why should another girl read Meg's lines alone? Ronald saw Meg too. The air was thick with silent accusation. He was speechless. A surge of regret overwhelmed Ronald, a bead of sweat trickled down his back through the collar of his tie-tie shirt. This bead of sweat was like a switch flipped. Surprise and regret suddenly transformed into anger, directed at director Alan Parker. Ronald felt his blood rush to his head, adrenaline surge, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. A sliver of reason held him back, knowing the consequences of his outburst, and he forced himself to stay calm, refraining from disrupting the audition. "You see, my dreams can't hold a baby." Antonia Franceschi's lines sounded strange to Ronald. The sounds of the outside world seemed to be separated from him by a membrane. All sounds were softer, muffled, and all he could hear was the rushing sound of his blood and the grinding of his teeth. The increasingly tighter clenched fists, the bulging veins on her arms, the grinding of her teeth startled Margaret beside her. Joanna Merlin, playing the nurse, uttered her line, "Will you pay with MasterCard or American Express, honey?" Antonia Franceschi almost burst out laughing. Who wrote such a cheesy line, adding a touch of humor at the end of a tragic scene? However, she suppressed her laughter, looking up at the nurse with a bewildered gaze. She had completed a brilliant audition. Her excellent performance, however, didn't earn her the director's approval, but instead a loud bang. Bang! Antonia jumped in fright. It was Ronald. He couldn't contain himself any longer and slammed his fist on the table. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. We're finished. "What the hell are you doing, Ronald?" producer De Silva warned. Ronald ignored the Latino producer and walked straight to director Alan Parker, stopping only when he was right in front of him. Ronald looked at the man in his 30s, his large nose looked especially comical from this angle. The man's eyes peeked out from behind his nose, as if asking, "What are you doing?" "Trying to challenge my authority on set right now," Ronald asked. "What's going on, director? Why is my script here with you, being used for auditions? I saw it in your notebook. It's a great play and dialogue. You'll be a successful playwright, Ronald. I don't understand why you're not satisfied." Director Parker picked up the notebook and handed it to Ronald. "This is what Meg Tilly told me, and I promised her I'd remove it from the script. You should have told me before using it for auditions." Ronald's anger subsided slightly. He took the notebook and opened it. Inside lay the crumpled piece of paper he had thrown in the trash and then retrieved. "Oh, come on. Ronald, don't be silly over two butts. All great plays come from life. You have to learn to extract drama from life." Ronald's anger flared again at Parker's words, his face turning red as he muttered, "Asshole, stop, boy." "Ronald, stop." Margaret and Joanna, who had followed, quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Alan Parker's face darkened, he straightened his collar and squinted at Ronald. Meg Tilly, who had been observing, stepped forward, bypassing Ronald, and said to the director, Director, I think I'm also qualified to audition for this scene, Meg said calmly. Meg, listen to me, I didn't intentionally give this scene to the director, he took it from my notebook, Ronald quickly retorted. But you didn't throw it away, you kept it, didn't you, Ronnie? Meg's calm tone made Ronald even more flustered. She seemed to have already made a decision. Meg, Ronald stammered, unsure how to explain. Director, this dialogue is what I told Ronald, and he copied it into the scene. I think I'm fully qualified to audition for the role of Hillary with this dialogue, am I right? Meg said calmly to Director Parker. Of course, the director agreed, then glanced at Ronald, as if to say, wasn't your dialogue also stolen? I think I'll be the next one to audition. You have 10 minutes to prepare. No, Meg, you can change scenes, Ronald tried to persuade Meg. Meg slapped his hand away and went into the dressing room to prepare herself. Margaret came up and pulled Ronald to sit down in a corner by the door. Child, you shouldn't be overreacting. The director is right, playwrights find inspiration in life. Look, Meg isn't that angry. Take a chance to apologize to the director. No, you don't understand Meg. She hates that I wrote her lines into dialogue and had someone else read them. And that Francesca I recommended is doing a great job and has a good chance of getting the role. Now Meg is focused on winning the role and getting her lines back. I'm afraid she'll use emotional memory techniques to act out this crying scene in order to win this audition. Margaret had also heard about Meg's emotional memory technique causing her to break down in tears. It's a personal choice. You've done all you can. Don't blame yourself, child. Margaret stopped trying to persuade her. Antonia Franceschi had already retreated to the door to leave. But she was drawn in by the drama unfolding in real life, so she simply sat down to see what would happen in the second half. She looked at Ronald next to her, who was still twisting his fingers after sitting down. So this confession was written by this young boy. It's truly brilliant, capturing the dreams and sorrows of a ballet girl. Ronald clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Self-reproach and worry had replaced anger, taking over his heart once more. The flush on his face from anger had faded, leaving only his ears still bright red. Antonia looked at those red ears and found it somewhat amusing. Cough cough, Ronald's throat itched from nervousness, and he began to cough. Someone handed him a bottle of Arrowhead mineral water. Ronald took it, opened the cap, and took a few gulps. Thank you, he said, turning to thank her. It was Antonia. I'm sorry, I interrupted your audition, Ronald apologized, remembering he had almost interrupted her audition. Antonia waved her hand, indicating it wasn't a problem. Then she pointed to Meg Tilly, who was coming out of the dressing room. Ronald's heart jumped again. Meg sat down on the bench, slowly adjusting her posture, placing her hands on her lower abdomen, and signaling to the director that she was ready. Alan Parker turned on the camera, signaling Meg to begin. Look, I got the San Francisco Ballet. Look, my dream is to dance in every ballet imaginable before I turn 21. I hope to hear audiences shouting bravo, at stages in New York, Leningrad, London, and Paris. There might even be a ballet written just for me. Ronald felt a sense of relief. Meg's training with Stella Adler was impressive. While her performance lacked Antonia's natural grace, it was precise and nuanced, with nuanced emotional transitions. Even without the lead role in Hillary Clinton's film, a supporting role seemed assured. Look, my dream can't accommodate a baby. At this point, Meg's performance finally lacked the supportive life experience. The earlier part about her dreams was simply Meg's own thoughts, it didn't need acting. The abortion detail was part of the script, but Meg hadn't carefully analyzed Hillary's motivations and life details. Stella Center's Eileen had asked her to try and portray Hillary, but Meg hadn't done so, and now she deeply regretted it, but it was too late. In a flash, Meg thought of many things. To win the role, she had to use emotional memory techniques. Suddenly, those past memories flooded back, and large tears streamed down her face. Antonia Franceschi was also watching Meg's performance. The script called for Hillary to sob softly. But Meg's crying was clearly more than just sobs. Is she alright? Antonia noticed something was wrong and asked. I hope so. Ronald's eyes were fixed on Meg, his hands clenching nervously again. His mouth opened involuntarily, and his legs twisted and turned on the stool. Meg's crying grew louder and louder. She no longer cared about the performance or interacting with her partner. Joanna Merlin, who was temporarily acting opposite her, delivered the clinic nurse's last line, will you pay with MasterCard or American Express, honey? Meg suddenly stopped sobbing, letting out a sharp, piercing scream that was neither crying nor laughing. Then she couldn't hold back any longer, sliding off the stool, sitting on the floor, covering her face with her hands, and sobbing again. Snap! The director turned off the camera. Ronald jumped up from the stool, leaped over the long table in front of it, and rushed to Meg. Meg was crying with a mix of sadness and shame, but unlike that time at the Lee Strasberg Drama School, she gradually stopped crying. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief, took out a handkerchief, and, as he had done last time, wiped away her tears. He asked with concern, "Meg, it's me, Ronnie. I'm so glad you're okay." "No, I'm not okay." Meg snatched the handkerchief, wiped away her tears, and then blew her nose violently. "You stole the lines that should have been mine and gave them to another actress, letting her get the role that should have been mine and say the lines that should have been mine on screen. Ronald, we're finished." Chapter 70, Choose 2 from 3. On Monday, Ronald arrived at the casting studio again. Marguerite and Joanna Merlin were chatting. "Good morning, Marguerite, Joanna. Ronnie, you look great, thanks. I'm just checking if I've been fired," Ronald said. Marguerite and Joanna Merlin chuckled. "Looks like you have a good sense of humor, buddy. You have to be funny in this industry because reality is so bizarre, often beyond your imagination. You're not familiar with the rules of Hollywood, Ronnie," Marion said, clearly displeased with his childish behavior the day before. "Actresses are special creatures, don't be fooled by them. Roles are their ultimate goal. Either you leak the script to Meg and convince the director to use it for the audition, or you simply don't use this scene. No actress can accept losing an audition for a character based on herself," Joanna chimed in. "A cunning fox doesn't hunt near its den. Unless you're the director-producer in charge, don't get too entangled with the actresses on set, understand? Unless you plan to have a long-term relationship with her, or marry her, that's an exception." Ha ha ha. The two casting directors were mocking his naivete. Ronald smiled wryly. Hearing the laughter, someone in the meeting room opened the door and called out, "Who's there?" "Ronald? Let him in." "Are the director and producer inside?" The two women nodded. Judging from the voice, it was producer David De Silva. Ronald knew he couldn't escape and entered the meeting room. Director Alan Parker saw Ronald enter and merely gave him a cold look. "Looks like he's going to be fired on the spot." Producer De Silva, however, was much more enthusiastic. "Ronald, you brought Madonna in. Tell me, is she better suited for Coco, the black woman, or Doris, the Jewish woman?" Ronald glanced at Director Parker but didn't answer the producer's question. Parker pointed at him and said, "It's been a long time since anyone talked to me like that, kid. You've got guts." Ronald didn't reply, thinking the next thing he'd say was probably, "You're fired." De Silva stepped in to smooth things over. "Alan, Ronald's still a kid. We've all been crazy about girls, haven't we?" De Silva emphasized the phrase "crazy about girls." Upon hearing this, Alan glanced at the producer and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I forgive you, Ronald. True love should be forgiven, shouldn't it, Mr. De Silva?" "I apologize, Mr. Parker. I acted impulsively the other day," Ronald apologized, thinking, so easily. Alan waved his hand. "You should write more scripts for me. You need to give that Jewish character, Doris, an ending as brilliant as Hillary's. Understand? I'll do my best. Now let's have everyone come in and discuss." He opened the conference room door, letting Margaret and Joanna Merlin in. "We have 2 roles, but 3 actresses. Let's discuss this today and resolve this issue." Alan Parker led the conversation. Upon hearing this, Margaret wrote the names of the 2 characters, Coco and Doris, on the whiteboard. Then she wrote their main descriptions under each name. Under Coco's name was, black, singer, spanning drama, dance, and music. Under Doris's name was, Jewish, singer, actress, shy due to a strong mother. Then she pasted photos of the 3 auditioning girls below their names. Below Coco's photo was an audition photo of a black girl named Irene Cara. Margaret said, "Irene Cara is black. She's 19 years old. She was a top 5 finalist in Little Miss America at age 3. A former child actress in television, she plays the piano, received singing training from a young age, and also has professional training in acting and dance, a triple threat." Below Doris's name on the right was an audition photo of a white actress named Maureen Tiffey. Joanna Merlin began reading her resume. Maureen Tiffey, of Irish descent, was a singer for the United States Army Entertainment Organization. Last year, She starred in Steven Spielberg's new film 1941. Her acting is superb, and her singing talent is trustworthy. Everyone looked at Ronald. The person in the photo in the middle was Madonna, the one he had recommended. Ronald knew nothing about Madonna's background, so he could only say, "I discovered Madonna Ciccone at the audition. She's Italian, and her singing ability is like Linda Ronstadt's." A silence fell. Everyone waited for him to continue. "That's it," Ronald shrugged. "She has no acting experience. Hey, she looks more like a young Barbra Streisand. I think she's Doris." Producer De Silva gave Ronald a wink. "Regardless of who she sings like, this girl is very confident. Doris is a shy Jewish girl. I think Maureen Tiffy would be a better fit." The two engaged in a heated debate. The producer pointed out that Madonna's nose was larger and that she resembled Doris, the Jewish character, more than Maureen. The director countered that Maureen, with her shy demeanor, was Doris herself, even without acting. Having been caught in the middle of the director and producer several times, Ronald gradually understood. Director Alan Parker was brought in for the project by the producer, giving him a significant advantage in terms of influence. He could easily use the "disagree with the director's opinion, please find someone else" card. Therefore, the director always won in these arguments. However, this kind of struggle between director and producer wasn't simply a matter of the director saying "listen to me." He had to provide compelling reasons to persuade other key figures, such as the casting director, to reject the producer's opinion without causing offense. The producer used Madonna, whom Ronald had auditioned, as a bargaining chip against the director. She looked more Jewish than Maureen, sang better, and was more like the template for the character Doris, a young Barbra Streisand, all powerful points of attack. The director, however, cleverly turned Madonna into his own card, retaliating against the producers because she could also play the singer Coco. Her singing ability was also better than Erin Cara, whom the producers strongly recommended. Perhaps this was one of the reasons he forgave Ronald's offense so quickly. He needed the casting director on his side, and he needed Madonna on his side. During the audition, Madonna was brought in by Ronald, which in the film industry meant something self-evident. She was Ronald's person, and now she would definitely listen to Ronald the most. Where did the director conjure up this Maureen Tiffany from? Taking advantage of the two bigwigs argument, Ronald asked the two women in a low voice. He found her in Los Angeles. He only picked her on his first 2 trips to Los Angeles. Yesterday, he came to New York and directly put her into our company to play Doris, Joanna replied. Already 26 years old, Ronald looked at her resume. Yes, but she looks relatively young, which is good for Doris. However, she acts very maturely, not quite like a high school student. I don't know if your acting is up to par, Joanna explained to Margaret and Ronald. Crazy for a girl? True love can be forgiven? Ronald thought to himself. Character is the most important thing in casting. To make a truly impactful film, you have to stick to this principle. Just like Jean was more suitable for the role of Leroy, Maureen was definitely more suitable for the role of Doris than Madonna. Why don't we discuss who is more suitable for Coco? Erin Cara, or Madonna? Since you say she sings so well, the director used offense as defense. Coco is a black woman, and she is an all-rounder in acting, singing, and dancing. Only Erin Cara is the most suitable. Producer De Silva was forced to switch to defense. But Erin Cara's live audition performance was not good. She was not at all at Madonna's level. You admit that, right? Director Alan Parker continued to attack. Her audition performance was not good. Ronald began to whisper again. Yes, her singing was dry, completely different from the sample in the recording studio. Maybe it's nervousness, or maybe the recording studio environment is more suitable for her voice, Margaret said. Why would De Silva go to such lengths to protect her? David has already given up on the other 2 casting controversies for her, Ronald said, somewhat puzzled. Didn't you look at her resume? Puerto Rican of Cuban descent, there are Latinos among the black actresses. Margaret handed her resume to Ronald. And what's Coco's last name in the script? Joanna Merlin prompted Ronald. Hernandez, Ronald understood. Producer De Silva, also of Puerto Rican Latina descent, wanted to use this role to promote Erin Cara, who was of the same ethnicity. As the only one of the 8 main characters who span dance, acting, and music, Coco was arguably the film's star. The producer wouldn't give up this role. He was willing to give up all the other roles for her. What if we chose based on ability? Which one would be better? Ronald consulted the 2 actresses. Eileen Carla has a solid foundation, She's a child proficient in acting, singing, and dancing, and her piano skills are plus. She's a good choice. Margaret was more optimistic about her. Madonna's singing ability is indeed outstanding, and she's been spotted by the director, so her chances are quite good. Joanna had heard of Madonna's singing ability and had even tried to prevent her from advancing, not wanting her to compete with Eileen for the role. Ronald, Margaret, Joanna, what do you think? Who's more suitable? The director and producer, unable to reach an agreement, turned to ask everyone's opinion. Let's use the old method, prepare a scene with intense dramatic conflict and let them audition again. Ronald was determined not to offend either side and to let their abilities speak for themselves. Which scene? The producer didn't object to this arrangement. As the producer, he had various advantages to give Eileen Carla some hints. Let's use the scene where she's tricked by an unscrupulous director into filming an adult movie to get into the industry. The director thought for a moment and said, "This is a scene that really tests acting skills, and director Parker wants to choose a truly talented actress to play Coco. This scene requires the actor's imagination. Just knowing the script doesn't guarantee a good performance. If the actors have similar backgrounds, playing themselves can actually be surprisingly effective and impactful. Okay, you two separately notify Aaron, Cara and Madonna to schedule a time at the studio for their second audition." Ronald, you're good, you understand casting principles. De Silva patted Ronald on the shoulder, hinting. Madonna, this is me, Ronald. The director wants to audition you again, and there's another girl too. Come find me at the casting studio on East 31st Street, it's a White House. Chapter 71, a good way to make new friends. The day arrived for the one-on-one audition for the role of Coco. At 3 p.m., Madonna and Aaron Cara arrived at the audition room together. Director Alan Parker had already set up the camera. Aaron Cara was a black girl with a Caribbean flair, wearing a pink off-the-shoulder top with a low neckline that revealed her bra strap and one shoulder. She paired it with a floral skirt, a very typical Caribbean style. She came with her agent and a makeup artist. Madonna arrived alone, sporting her signature short hair and a pair of sunglasses worn askew. She wore skinny jeans and chunky leather boots. Ronald was already waiting for her. This way, Ronald led Madonna to the dressing room. Can you do your own makeup? Yes, don't worry. I'm in a band, I always do it myself before going on stage. Did you remember what I told you before? You're a character tricked into making an adult film by a shady director. The script with the lines will be given to you 5 minutes before the audition. You're after Aaron, don't worry, I told you I'm experienced, Madonna replied. The music industry is the same, full of liars. Okay, you do your makeup first. Ronald couldn't help but worry whether she really understood the plot he had revealed beforehand. When it came time for Aaron Cara's audition, the director gave her only 2 pages of script, which contained a sad story. A shady director who makes adult films finds Coco, promises her the lead role, and then invites her to his home for an audience. At the height of the girl's hope, he asks her to take off her top and film some audience footage. Coco, to fulfill her dream, cries and complies. Of course, they won't actually film any nude scenes during the audition, they just symbolically take off her coat, revealing that she's still wearing her underwear underneath. But when it came to director Alan Parker, he added a layer of difficulty. He had the 2 casting directors, the producer, and Ronald watch the entire scene together, putting maximum psychological pressure on the auditioning actress. Removing her pink off-the-shoulder t-shirt in front of strange men and women, leaving her only in her underwear, was a considerable psychological burden for Aaron Cara. The director himself filmed, reciting lines behind the camera. You sit here, we're going to give you a beautiful close-up of your beautiful face. Aaron Cara feigned delight. Not bad, Ronald commented on the actress's smile. You don't know, Coco, you have great chemistry with the camera. Some people are born for the camera, they're like they can make love to it. Marilyn Monroe was like that, and so are you, the director continued. Really, Aaron Cara acted well, forcing an awkward smile, as if she was embarrassed by the explicit language, yet afraid that this was the way an artist spoke, and that protesting would be ridiculed. Take off your shirt, what? Are you kidding me? Aaron Cara acted out the shock. Of course not. What's wrong with you? You're like a silly art high school student. I thought you were a professional. Is there a problem? The director continued reciting his lines. Aaron Cara began to unbutton her shirt. The character, Coco, thought this was a normal audition procedure. She was supposed to cry as she took it off. I can't do it, In the end, Coco took it off. The audience at the audition, especially the producer and Ronald, two men watching, put pressure on Erin Cara, making her immerse herself in the character's mindset. And she performed exceptionally well. Erin bravely faced her inner self, took off her t-shirt to succeed in the audition, crossed her arms, and cried in front of everyone. Bravo, the director applauded, indicating that he was very satisfied with the audition. How about it? My girl, Erin, she's the best, she's the pride of our Latina community. Producer De Silva breathed a sigh of relief, holding Erin, who was dressed, and announced to everyone that another all-around superstar in acting, singing, and dancing would emerge from the Caribbean Latina community. Madonna Ciccone, Ronald went out to call her. Don't be nervous, just act naturally. Didn't you say you often encounter similar situations in the music industry? Just act based on your life experience. I believe in you, you're the best, Ronald encouraged her. Madonna nodded, sat down confidently on the audition stool, picked up the script, and began to read. You sit here, we're going to give you a beautiful close-up of your beautiful face. The director began the audition 5 minutes later, and he personally acted with the actress. Madonna quickly changed her pose, presenting her most beautiful left side of her face at a 45-degree angle to the camera. Ronald thought, that's a good reaction. Pretty girls are easily fooled, you don't know, Coco, you have great chemistry with the camera. Some people are born for the camera, they're like they can make love to it. Marilyn Monroe was like that, and so are you, really. Madonna smiled brightly, tilting her chin slightly, mimicking a classic Marilyn Monroe pose. It was clear she had deliberately studied Monroe's style. Surprisingly good. Unexpectedly, Madonna resembled Monroe from certain angles. The film's audience would definitely love it. The director seemed to be smiling. Opportunity was beckoning. Take off your shirt. What? You're kidding, cowboy, right? Madonna's expression wasn't shy or embarrassed. It was practically flirting. Of course not. What's wrong with you? You're like a silly art high school student. I thought you were a professional. Is there a problem? The director pursed his lips but continued reading his lines. Madonna's white t-shirt had no buttons, so she simply ripped it off. I can do it. Oh no, I can't. Ronald covered his face. Why did you act like that at the end? That wasn't shyness, that was flirting. In the subsequent discussion, Madonna was unsurprisingly eliminated. That unrestrained style might be more suitable for playing a porn star. Ronald drove her home. Didn't you tell me to act based on real-life experience? Oh my god, you have to read the script. You started off well, but then it turned into flirting with the director. In the script, Coco is a high school student, not even graduated yet. That's what I did in high school, deliberately wearing a cheerleader's miniskirt and doing somersaults in the hallway, and then the boys would secretly look at my skirt. Ha ha ha, God, do you know you're eliminated? I gave you the tips for nothing. Ronald was getting a little fed up with her carefree attitude. Of course, Madonna's smile faded, her expression turning serious. I'm used to it. I always get rejected at auditions. I prefer acting to singing. But everyone thinks I have more talent for singing, but I'm already 21 this year, and if I don't make it big soon, my chances of releasing an album are slim. In the music industry, all the good singles are taken. I don't want to give up. I don't want to go back to my hometown in Michigan, so I won't let any opportunity slip by. This show does have some regular cast roles. If you're interested, you could play a role in the choir, like a chorus line. I want to play the lead, another girl with strong ambition. A Chorus Line is a Broadway musical about the hardships of choir girls working as background figures. It seems she doesn't want that kind of role. Am I really that bad at acting? Madonna paused for a moment, then suddenly asked Ronald. Why do you ask that? When I came to New York last year, I only had $35 on me. I saved up money by working as a clerk in a donut shop and as a backup dancer for famous dancers to attend acting classes. But during auditions, I was always told I wouldn't pass. You're the first person to say I was okay for auditions. Madonna looked at Ronald's gaze in the rearview mirror. I'm not lying to you. Your initial acting style was different from Erin Cara's, but that doesn't mean you acted worse. Her portrayal of a naive girl dreaming of the future is one way of acting, and your portrayal of a materialistic woman desperate to enter the entertainment industry is another. But later, Ronald shook his head, your performance and lines became disconnected, so it's not surprising you weren't chosen. Why? Was I bad at it? When I imitated Marilyn Monroe, the director just stared at me. It was good, but that wasn't Coco, it was you. Maybe you can't play other people, Madonna. You can only play roles similar to yourself. Like a singer, or a porn star, it's indeed a bit difficult to get a lead role, and the film industry is also very difficult to enter. Maybe you need to make a name for yourself in music first before someone will ask you to play a lead role. Like Olivia Newton-John, the lead actress in Grease, her songs went up on the charts first, and then the movie invited her. Ronald shared his thoughts and quickly took Madonna to her modest apartment in the East Village. Keep trying, you'll definitely succeed. Madonna got out of the car and looked back at Ronald. Want to come in for a coffee? Ronald hesitated. You know, I've never had any friends who are as honest as you. Everyone says I'm a great actress, but they just want to sleep with me. Madonna's big eyes looked at Ronald. Okay, hopefully you have some food. Entering through the dimly lit, narrow doorway, Madonna snapped on the light. Sorry, I only have a few donuts. The staff can take a few expired ones home for free every day. It's okay, I'd like some hot coffee. A passionate kiss landed on her lips. Madonna looked up at Ronald. Hey, you didn't have to do this. I didn't get you the role, so, Ronald said. Madonna hooked her arm around Ronald's neck. You helped me, and I'm repaying you, isn't that good? Don't you like me? Or don't you like women? No, I just hope you don't feel it's unfair. The girl looked up at him, then reached down. But your body tells a different story. Ronald hugged the girl tightly and pressed her against the wall. Thump, thump, thump. The Italian next door started banging on the wooden wall in the middle of the apartment, cursing in a thick Italian accent. Fanculo. You've been banging on the wall for half an hour, puttana. Tell your man to hurry up. Otherwise, my wall will break. The morning sun shone on the window of the apartment in East Village, Alphabet City. The sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains and onto the headboard. Honey, I have to go. Ronald, having finished showering and grooming, stood refreshed by the bed, looking at the sleepy-eyed girl. Goodbye. Madonna turned her head away from the sunlight. The moment Ronald opened the door, Madonna's voice came through. Someone told me that in New York, sleeping with someone is a great way to meet new people. You're the best friend I know. Ronald started the car, pressed the button to roll down the window, letting the sunlight and breeze into the car. Is this what they call a win-win situation? Have I matured, as Margaret said? He accelerated and drove out of the apartment complex. An Italian man on the roadside held up 5 fingers and gestured repeatedly at him. One day, I'll make that blonde puttana next door pay for the wall repairs. Chapter 72 to date. After a rigorous audition process, and thanks to the hard work of the director and producers, the lead and supporting roles were finally secured. This was followed by 57 resident dancers and over 500 extras. Only a few roles as teachers remained undecided. The choreographer had long warned the director that the more time spent on casting, the less time would be available for dance and drama rehearsals. Casting, which began in April, had already dragged on for a considerable time, so the director decided to begin dance rehearsals immediately. All contracted resident dancers would receive $785 per week from the start of rehearsals. Rehearsals would be held 5 days a week, with 2 days off on the weekend. This included Meg Tilly. Producer David De Silva was extremely busy during this period. The New York Academy for Performing Arts rejected the revised script submitted by the production team. It was said that Ronald had distributed advertisements on campus, enticing almost all graduating students to audition, which further angered the school. Therefore, the idea of renting the Academy's campus for filming also fell through. De Silva had to search all over New York for usable exterior and interior locations. After leveraging his Latino connections on the city's Board of Education, he finally obtained permission to film at Harlan High School, an abandoned high school in Midtown Manhattan. Harlan High School not only bore a striking resemblance to the Academy for Performing Arts, but the two schools were also very close, separated only by a street. MGM invested $200,000 in renovating the school's interior and exterior. The high school's original practice rooms were prioritized for replacement with professional ballet carpets and upgraded facilities, and were first opened to dance choreography teams. This was Ronald's second time filming at an abandoned high school since joining the film industry. The recent wave of public high school closures is linked to the Vietnam War and the hippie movement. America's baby boomer generation emerged after World War II. A large population increase led to the opening of numerous new elementary and secondary schools in various states. However, This baby boom abruptly ended in 1965, with the United States deeply involved in the Vietnam War. Hippies stopped marrying and having children, economic stagnation, and women's liberation from the home and entry into the workforce significantly reduced the average number of children per family. Aside from a few Catholic ethnic groups, whose birth rates remain relatively high due to the doctrine that abortion violates religious rules, the birth rates of other European whites have declined significantly. Babies born in 1966, the first year after the baby boom ended, are now entering high school. The decrease in enrollment has led to the closure of many schools due to insufficient student numbers and financial difficulties. Ronald enters Harlan High School, which reopened a year later for a film. Right at the entrance is an MGM woodworking workshop, where carpenters are constantly at work, building disposable sets that are more for show than practical use. Initially, Ronald notices 2 trucks loaded with wood parked outside the workshop every morning, not unloading, and then hauling it away in the evening. After reporting this to the producer, De Silva tells him not to be alarmed, as it's a necessary waste. The next day, the director of photography, chosen by the director, flies in from England. Upon arriving in New York and adjusting to the time difference, his first task is to have Ronald drive to purchase 2 state-of-the-art cameras, which are then rented to MGM for filming. Reflecting on how he bought his car, and considering the fixed expenses of the film crew, equipment, vehicles, transportation, etc., it was indeed a perfect place for powerful figures to divide their territories and manipulate the situation. Casting was essentially complete. Ronald theoretically no longer had a permanent job on set, he could simply stay home and help the director revise the script. However, the producer had asked him to oversee the dance rehearsals. Meg saw him enter and silently turned away. The dancers were used to this. The two didn't argue or exchange words. Ronald went to the production office next door to chat with the producer. Mr. De Silva, the rehearsal room is extremely hot today. Summer is here, and the temperature is already 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Celsius. It's only going to be even higher in the rehearsal room. If we don't install cooling measures, I'm afraid someone will suffer heat stroke in the next couple of days. I understand, Ronald. I'll have them buy air conditioners. The actor's safety is paramount. Since Madonna's dramatic failure at the audition, De Silva had become increasingly satisfied with Ronald. He would chat with him daily to keep track of the rehearsal progress and the actor's activities. 60 boys and girls, inseparable for 8 hours a day, rehearsing and resting in a single practice room, it's easy to imagine what might happen. Ronald's daily reports kept him informed, allowing him to quietly supplement protective measures. He certainly didn't want a Hillary Clinton story to become a reality. No, my director of photography, Michael Saracen, just scouted the location yesterday and installed air conditioning. The cold air will negatively impact the lighting during filming, Director Parker quickly objected. Then we'll bring 4 large fans, the kind used on set. During breaks, we can direct them towards the actors, the producer suggested a compromise. That afternoon, a truck drove into Harlan High School, unloaded 4 large floor fans, and brought them into the practice room. The dancers cheered loudly, but their disappointment was short-lived. The buzzing noise severely hampered rehearsals. Even during breaks, the hot air from the fans didn't cool them down much. The dancers, initially hopeful, were now filled with disappointment, sighing and groaning, which negatively impacted the quality of their rehearsals. The choreographer, exasperated, grabbed Ronald. You need to find a way to cool things down, otherwise the dancers will lose their energy, Ronald reported to the producer, who brought over 2 large refrigerators, froze 2 boxes of ice, and placed them in front of the fans. Finally, the dancers cheered. And some Coke. Ronald opened a glass bottle and handed one to the choreographer. The refrigerators can also provide each dancer with an ice-cold Coke every day. Even the choreographer was happy now. You're such a good news guy. Meg also received a Coke. Seeing Ronald surrounded by people thanking him, she finally couldn't resist coming over. The dancers were all young and knew the two had something to say. Antonia Francesca gestured to everyone, and they parted to give the two some privacy. However, everyone was listening intently, waiting to hear this rare glimpse of on-set gossip. Ronald, I'm angry. The role that used my lines went to someone else. But what's past is past. I'll pay you back for the acting training, you've made yourself clear. As long as you're okay with it, fine. After I finish this film, I'll go to Los Angeles to see my sister. I'll work in Hollywood, while you'll be studying in New York. Well, I wish you all the best in Hollywood." Ronald extended his hand. Ronald took his Coke, walked to a corner of the practice room, and quietly drank it. Sure enough, roles and close-ups are every actress's Achilles heel, even a newcomer like Meg who only got into the industry because of his recommendation. The crowd, having missed their chance to watch the play, dispersed. Jean Anthony Ray, who played Leroy, rushed over to defend him. "Ronnie, don't be sad for that bitch. I'll introduce you to Lucy, a girl from Harlem. We black girls are really great." Antonia Franceschi also came over, interrupting Jean's nonsense. "What do you know about girls?" "Ronald, don't mind them." Ronald smiled. The two of them were, in a sense, Ronald's people, since he had recommended them to the cast. "You seem to understand people very quickly. I've been able to tell who's faking it and who's genuine since I was little." Antonia became serious. "For example, I could tell at a glance that Jean doesn't have feelings for," she mouthed. "Girl, hey sister, who said that?" "In the movie, I did." Jean laughed and made a lewd gesture. Ronald was a little surprised. Jean had a complicated background. He was a street urchin from Harlem, muscular, capable of tossing his ballet partner high and airy, and a formidable fighter, yet he was very kind to Antonia. Antonia, on the other hand, truly had a keen eye, seeing through Jean's orientation in a short time. "Hey, Ronnie, watch me." Jean patted his chest. "Which black girl do you want to date?" "Even Erin Carla. I can get her to sneak out on a date with you behind her agent's back." Ronald smiled and was about to refuse when a thought suddenly struck him. This was a perfect opportunity to win over his own people in the crew. "Forget the date, let's go find a place to eat something good, and then find somewhere to have some fun. Then I'll call Lucy, plus Antonia. It'll be a 2-on-2 date." "It just so happens to be Friday," the group said, getting into Ronald's Honda Accord. After a brief discussion, they decided to go to Little Italy for pizza first, then catch a late-night movie. "Wow, man, is that a BMW?" Jean asked, envious of Ronald's car. "No, it's a Honda from the Japanese. It's not as expensive as a BMW. They copied the BMW's front design," Ronald replied. "If you become famous, you'll have one too. I recommend the margarita pizza. It has cheese and fresh basil, and it's really good. Some Wall Street traders come here specifically for it," Antonia said. They were all from poor families, none of them gourmets, and they all agreed to listen to the Italian-American Antonia. Italian pizza was indeed delicious. Compared to it, Domino's pizza was just a flatbread. Unfortunately, this margarita didn't deliver, so they couldn't come here often. Jean swayed his shoulders to the restaurant's music. Donna Summer's new disco song, "Hot Stuff," was a hit in every restaurant and nightclub in New York. Everyone say cheese. Jean pulled out his new toy Polaroid camera, and everyone huddled together for some photos. "We black girls are the best, aren't we, Lucy?" Jean started promoting Lucy, who was also an extra from Harlem. Lucy puffed out her chest, giving him a look of agreement. "You're great, but Ronald might not like your type," Antonia laughed. "What do you know? The darker the blackberry, the sweeter the juice," Lucy retorted, unconvinced. "That's a good line. I have to write it into the dialogue." Ronald pulled out his small notebook, took out a ballpoint pen, and then stopped to ask Lucy's opinion. "Would you mind, Lucy? If you don't want others to read your lines, then forget it." "Will I have a chance to read them?" Lucy asked, her eyes shining. "I don't want to lie to you." "No." Ronald stopped writing. "It's okay. Go ahead and write it. It's no big deal." Lucy, as an extra, knew her place. "That's right, Lucy. Ronald is my older brother. He protects me, so I can protect you." Jean was pleased with Lucy's understanding. "Today is double monthly votes on Kidian. Please give me your votes." Chapter 73 The Loki Horror Show. What movie should we watch? After finishing their pizza, the group went to a late-night movie theater next door. "I heard you made a movie in Los Angeles. What's it called?" Antonia asked. "You're very well informed. It's called Rock High, but it didn't do well at the box office and couldn't be shown in New York." "How about Apocalypse Now, directed by Coppola? They won a major award at the Cannes Film Festival." Remembering the news he saw on TV a few days ago, Ronald also wanted to watch the uncut version again. 4 tickets for Apocalypse Now, please." Jean, who had received a higher salary for the lead role, shouted that he wanted to treat everyone. "They don't have that one. Look at the schedule." The ticket seller pointed to the schedule on the wall. It seemed that Apocalypse Now hadn't been released in the US yet. Ronald looked at the schedule. Alien, a sci-fi horror film, suitable for both men and women. The last showing has already started for an hour, the ticket seller pointed to the time again. These kinds of commercial films usually start during prime time, between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., to cater to the mainstream audience. If it's too late, everyone will be home sleeping. What other movies are there? Over there are adult X-rated films. The ticket seller, an experienced one, realized the 2 men and 2 women were there for a 2-on-2 date and recommended an X-rated film. Anyway, it was so late, the inspectors wouldn't be so dedicated as to work overtime to catch teenagers watching X-rated films. Jean didn't want to watch anything else. Then we only have this old movie, The Rocky Horror Show. Today's screening is a club special. I recommend it if you haven't seen it. A movie has a club. Ronald was a little confused. Yes, they're all crazy. They often come to midnight screenings. It'll be fun watching it with them for the first time. Oh really? Then let's see this one too. Antonia seemed to have heard of the movie. 4 tickets. Jean pulled out his money and paid first. Here are your newspapers. The ticket seller handed out 4 expired newspapers along with the tickets. The 4 looked at each other and shook their heads. What are these for? Ronald asked. You'll find out when you go in. Welcome new friends to a Rocky Horror Show movie club. A middle-aged man with a microphone welcomed the 4 into the screening room. The audience below began to clap in unison. Welcome. This club has quite the atmosphere. Hi, hello, Jean said cheerfully, high-fiving everyone he met along the way, and found 4 seats together. Ronald glanced around. Many audience members wore gothic black eye makeup, and some men were dressed as girls, a truly bizarre experience. The movie opened with a man and a woman backing up in the rain, when suddenly the car seemed to hit something. The audience in front of Ronald suddenly lurched backward, perfectly matching the car crash scene on screen. Oh no, the protagonist on screen slapped his seat. The audience, timing it perfectly, also slapped their seats simultaneously, making a synchronized smack. I should have fixed the spare tire. The audience collectively yelled asshole. Spoiler alert, this guy is a jerk. Why are they even dubbing themselves while watching a movie? Ronald looked around in surprise. Jean and Lucy were having a great time, yelling along with the club members. The 2 protagonists on screen got out of the car, and it started to rain. The audience members all held up their newspapers to shield their heads. Huh? Water really was falling on their faces. Ronald looked completely bewildered. What kind of advanced technology was this? The movie theater could even rain in sync with the plot? Antonia also held up her newspaper, nudged Ronald to remind him, and helped him hold his newspaper up. Apparently, someone was launching water guns from the aisles on either side, and some audience members had brought their own, spraying water into the air. On screen, the 2 main characters entered an old castle, where a vampire-like master greeted them. Where's your neck? An audience member shouted. Ronald looked and, sure enough, the actor had no neck. He opened a coffin and used a duster to clean the cobwebs from the skeleton inside. So it's a horror movie, Ronald thought to himself. Suddenly, he started singing loudly, a cheesy old-fashioned pop song. Is it a musical? 1, 2, 3, 4. The audience joined in the singing. The host walked onto the stage in front of the screen, welcoming everyone to come up and sing along. Soon, a dozen or so men and women, sporting gothic eye makeup and dressed in costumes from the film, stepped onto the stage, lined up, and began to sing. The audience below raised their hands, swaying left and right in unison. Then, a man in a suit appeared on screen, teaching everyone to dance. Move your left foot first, then your right. The men and women on stage began to dance to the music. Hey, here we come. Jean pulled Lucy onto the stage and joined them. The audience roared with laughter. Let's go too. Antonia pulled Ronald onto the stage as well. Ronald followed a rhythm, mimicking the cosplayers' moves, doing silly dance steps, and for some reason, he felt incredibly happy. Ho-ha. The dance ended, and Ronald laughed along with everyone. So it's an exploitation film. Wait, Ronald seemed to remember something important, desperately trying to grasp this spark of inspiration. Antonia pulled him off the stage and back to their seats. Today is a big day for Larry and Holly, members of our Rocky Horror Show movie club. This is their 150th time watching the movie. The host pointed the microphone at the audience. The Rocky Horror Show members brought out 2 small cakes with candles marked 150 on them, and the 2 members blew them out. Can you watch the same movie 150 times, Antonia? Ronald found the 150 viewing record unbelievable. No way, but they don't really watch movies anymore, it's purely for their own enjoyment. 150 times is a huge number. Even watching it once a week would take 3 years. Don't they have anywhere else to go? Yes, in some neighborhoods in New York, teenagers don't have much to do at night. If they tell their parents they're going to a bar, their parents will worry. But going to the movies with a group of old friends to see a bad movie is actually reassuring. Yeah, they're all teenagers. Ronald looked around again. Beneath the gothic black eyeshadow, they were all teenagers in their late teens and early 20s. After the movie ended, Ronald specifically sought out the president of the Rocky Horror Show Club, the hosts, for a chat. Since its release in 1975, the film had been continuously shown in midnight screenings. Despite its bizarre style and poor initial box office performance, its eclectic style and numerous jokes attracted young New York audiences, leading many theaters to continue showing it in midnight screenings. This, in turn, sparked a trend of watching midnight movies, continuing its run until 1979. But we probably won't be able to see it here next year, the club president lamented. The high school students who grew up watching this film are all graduating this year, and a new generation of young people has their own favorite movies. Box office revenue is starting to decline, and theaters are saying they want to replace the Rocky Horror Show with a new film. We fans will only be able to keep it playing in 1 or 2 theaters. That spark of inspiration seemed so close, and Ronald stood there, trying to grasp it. Ronald, what are you thinking about? Thinking about the script again, Lucy asked, looking at Ronald with admiration. The inspiration seemed to have flown away again. But the script? Just now, Antonio had dragged him onto the stage to sing and dance, and his initially low spirits had turned into great joy. This seemed like something out of a story about Doris, the Jewish student. Didn't she lack the motivation to break free from her overbearing mother and bravely go on stage to sing? Yes, you gave me great inspiration, Lucy, thank you. Ronald thanked Lucy, taking out a small notebook to jot down his thoughts. Really? I'm glad I could help you, Ronnie. Can I call you Ronnie? Come on, Lucy. Jean caught up from behind and pulled her away. Antonia's right, you're definitely not Ronald's type. Antonia, what are you looking at? Ronald watched the Italian-American girl laughing hysterically at the smaller X-rated ticket window with Jean's Polaroid camera and couldn't help but walk over to ask. Look at this. Antonia pointed to a poster. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Before him was a small poster titled Hot Lunch. Apparently, someone had actually made an adult film using the black slang meaning of hot lunch, PFFT. Ronald couldn't help but burst out laughing too. Look at the director's credits. Ha ha ha. Antonio laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, grabbing Ronald's arm for balance. Al Parker, ha 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 ha. Ronald couldn't help but burst out laughing again. This is just piggybacking on Alan Parker's fame, isn't it? Maybe Hot Lunch got a media report, and some adult film producer saw a business opportunity and quickly made a movie to ride the wave of popularity? Ronald shook his head. Take a picture of me too, I'll keep it. Ronald asked Antonia to take a quick snapshot of the poster. Not knowing how to handle this, Ronald planned to report to producer De Silva. Don't tell them. To avoid causing trouble, Ronald pointed at Jean and Lucy. I understand. Hey, what are you two laughing about? Laughing so happily. Jean finally noticed the two laughing and ran over from a distance. Nothing, we're laughing at those people who were acting in a movie backstage. Everyone left the theater, ready to go home. Where do you live, Antonia? I'll give you a ride, Little Italy. My house is right next door. No need, Antonia politely declined. Lucy and I will take the subway. The Harlem lines are open 24 hours a day. Your car isn't safer, okay then. I've had a great day, thank you. Ronald said goodbye to everyone on the spot. What was that inspiration just now? Ronald wondered as he drove. Midnight screenings, teenagers, long run, screech. Ronald slammed on the brakes. Teenagers were exactly the target audience for Rocky High School. Midnight screenings could be shown long-term, attracting New York teenagers. And coincidentally, the New York cinemas wanted to show a new film. Today is double monthly votes on Kidian, so I'm asking all readers for your votes. Chapter 74 An Old Friend Visits. Ronald tentatively dialed New World Productions and luckily got through to Gail, the president's assistant, who was working overtime. Gail? It's great to hear your voice. This is Ronald, calling you from New York. Listen, I wanted to ask how the screening of High School of Rock is going. I found a fantastic opportunity in New York. A target audience is about to become available. There's a group of teenage viewers who regularly go to midnight theaters for exploitation films. The Rocky Horror Show, which is 4 years old, is about to be taken off the screens, and they're looking for new midnight exploitation films. Mr. Coleman is, what? Mr. Coleman is coming to New York, yes, Ronnie. Mr. Coleman is flying to New York tonight to discuss a big film rights deal with CBS tomorrow, Gail replied. Then I'll pick him up at the airport tomorrow morning and take him to the CBS building. We can talk to him about this idea after he's done, okay? Mr. Coleman loves free rides, ha ha ha. I'll talk to him. His flight number is, here, Mr. Coleman. Ronald waited for Roger Coleman at the boarding gate. After embracing, Ronald took the luggage and headed towards the parking lot. Coleman, despite having taken a red-eye flight overnight, was still in good spirits. The two chatted as they walked. Mr. Coleman, shall we go to the CBS building first? Sure, I have an appointment with them this morning. Gail told me you wanted to see me about film distribution. Yes, Mr. Coleman. I found an opportunity. I've discovered a teenage audience. Many teenagers go to midnight screenings in New York's major cinemas. New York's safety isn't great these days, and many parents don't want their kids out at night, but they're relatively comfortable with them going to the movies. Their main purpose is to have fun and date, and exploitation films suit their tastes perfectly. The Rocky Horror Show ran for 4 years in midnight screenings. If High School of Rock can build a loyal audience like the Rocky Horror Show, it might even become a long-running film, but let's discuss this in more detail after you've finished talking with CBS. I heard from Gail that they want to buy the New World film rights. You know, in 1977 I had Ron Howard direct and star in a film called Grand Theft Auto. The president of CBS, Robert A. Daly, has adopted a new strategy and is buying the broadcast rights of youth movies. This time he came to discuss the TV broadcast rights deal with them. The car arrived at the Blackstone building, where CBS is headquartered. As the name suggests, the building is a black rectangular building, regular and nothing fancy. Roger Corman got on the elevator, and Ronald waited alone downstairs in boredom. A female host who often appeared on CBS hurried out of the elevator, struggling with the zipper of her bag as she walked. Taxi. Taxi. When she saw the taxi, she rushed out and dropped the interview book from her bag. Madam, your notebook. Ronald stepped forward to pick it up, ran to the taxi, and handed it to the female host who was already sitting in the car. Oh, thank you. I would be in trouble if I lost this notebook. All my interview informants are in it. As she said this, she wanted to take out the money to thank Ronald. She waved her hand to indicate no need, and Ronald turned around and walked back to the lobby to wait. You can see a lot of celebrities on TV in this building. Roger Coleman talked quickly and came downstairs in an hour and a half. Ronald, let's find a place to celebrate. It's a deal. How about somewhere near my apartment? There are lots of restaurants there, not far from here. The two went to a Ukrainian restaurant, ordered some affordable food, and opened a bottle of ordinary wine. $1.1 million. They got the TV rights to Grand Theft Auto. You brought me good luck, Ronnie. Cheers. Cheers. Ronald clinked glasses with his former boss. This is the first TV broadcasting rights New World has sold. I'm really happy. Do you have a phone? I need to call Ron Howard and tell him the good news. Ron? This is Roger Coleman. Great news. Your Grand Theft Auto has been sold to CBS. Yes, for $1.1 million, which means you get 7.5%, $82,500. Ha ha ha. Of course, this also means my 92.5% is fucking great news, Ronnie. Now let's talk about midnight screenings. After delivering the good news, Coleman began discussing with Ronald the idea of getting Rock High into New York midnight theaters. Ronald repeated his observations and analysis to his former boss, Coleman. Your observations make a lot of sense. I'll make a few calls and ask. Roger Coleman pulled out his notebook and started calling managers of various independent theaters in New York City. New World's so-called nationwide distribution network was actually largely based on these last-minute deals made over the phone. You're right, Ronald. The midnight screenings have been affected by the Rocky Horror Show's box office slump, and now all the independent theaters are looking at new candidates. I finalized with them to send 10 copies to New York for a test screening to see how it goes. Ronald remembered Ron Howard's share of the profits over the phone earlier. He then asked Roger Coleman, Mr. Coleman, I discovered this market opportunity. Can I also enjoy the same profit-sharing treatment as Ron? Roger Coleman looked at him and smiled, asking, how much do you want, this? I don't know the going rate. How can I name a price? But this should be a test for Coleman, Ronald thought to himself. Looking at Ron Howard's offer, he was the director and lead actor, receiving 7.5%. So, since he had made a small contribution as the director, even if he only received 0.5% of the 3.75% director's share, the commercial opportunity he discovered should be worth 1.5%, so he wanted a 2% share. I think I deserve 3%, Ronald quoted. That's impossible. Lang can get 7.5% because he became a national superstar because of American Graffiti. Superstars guarantee box office success. He can bring in investment and theater screenings just by directing and starring in it, so he can get 7.5%. Ronald, you're just a nobody, you can't possibly get that much? Ronald was actually overjoyed to see Coleman calculating and negotiating with him, which meant Coleman was seriously considering giving him a share. So, I can keep 0.5% for you. If the rental fee for the copy in New York exceeds $100,000, this share will be automatically activated. What if it's sold to a TV station? The same percentage, 1.5% 1% deal. Ronald quickly agreed, shook hands with Coleman, and, in his old-fashioned manner, confirmed the collaboration, thus securing his first film distribution deal. Roger Coleman was flying back to Los Angeles that afternoon, and Ronald thought he was working too hard. Roger also felt it might be time to retire. Spielberg and Lucas are just using big budgets to make exploitative films like New World. For the past 20 years, science fiction and horror have been my butter and bread. Because the big studios don't make these types of films, New World has a market space to survive. But now, audiences are used to Star Wars, and I have to increase the budget by $2 million for my new film Star Wars just to get it shown in theaters. This is my biggest investment in years, Roger confided some of his worries in the car. Ronald didn't speak, mainly listening to Roger Coleman say that it seemed his New World company was being run with a lot of effort. Jim is working on your Star Wars set, how is he doing, Mr. Coleman? After a while, Ronald couldn't help but ask about Cameron. Haha, he's a good lad, just like you, he knows cost control is the key to making money in movies. Last time, he used McDonald's plates and trash cans to build an interior spaceship for me in one night, and it only cost $40. Ronald fell silent again. What's wrong, Ronnie? You seem troubled. Yes, Mr. Coleman. I'm currently working as a casting assistant on the set of Hot Lunch at MGM, doing some script revisions on the side. I always feel that although their budget is $8.5 million, it's not nearly as satisfying as when I was working for you at New World, making a $300,000 movie. I'm not just saying this in front of you, Mr. Coleman. At New World, everyone is very united, everyone works hard for the film. But on a big studio set, it feels like everyone prioritizes their own interests. Directors and producers scheme against each other, the director of photography buys the camera first and then rents it to the crew, and to be honest, this car was the same thing, that's how I was able to afford it, that's normal. Everything in the New World is decided by me personally, there's no middle management. But in a large company, there are 4 or 5 layers, from the president, executive producer, project manager, to the crew. Agency problems are inevitable. Many middle managers are thinking about their own interests, and directors and producers aren't solely focused on box office success. They can make a lot of money and develop personal relationships during filming. I really miss the atmosphere of the rock and roll high crew. Even after I graduate, I still want to work for you. You're welcome anytime. After seeing Roger Coleman off, Ronald walked out of the airport. Hey, it's you again, young photographer. Ronald heard someone call him and turned around. It was the same big Ford taxi driver he'd met on his first flight back to New York. Yeah, it's me again. Are you here to pick up your daughter again? No, this time I'm here to pick up a passenger. Do you want a ride? I drove here this time. Ronald waved his car keys. A Honda Accord? You've struck it rich. Is portrait photography really that lucrative? No, I work for Alan Parker's film crew, as his driver, handling the crew's finances. You know, looks like Alan likes you, giving you a side hustle. He's asking me to revise his script. No wonder, but you'd better watch out. Alan Parker, that Englishman, is a tyrant on set. He'll do anything for the film's effect. My friend Brad Davis, who starred in Midnight Express, was tormented by him. He said the director wouldn't even let the actor playing his cellmate shower during filming. That smell would be unbearable. Why am I not in Chapter 75? Ronald returned home and began weaving the story of the Rocky Horror Show into Doris's script. Doris, a Jewish girl, was naturally shy and timid. Her mother was a domineering woman who controlled her in every aspect of her life. Even when she went to her arts high school audition, her mother took her. Lacking confidence, Doris, despite a beautiful voice, could never overcome her psychological barrier to performing in front of an audience. It wasn't until Ralph Garcia, a Latino student in her acting class, invited her to see the movie The Rocky Horror Show that Doris discovered many members of the Rocky Horror Show Club. They hadn't received any professional vocal training, but they were brave enough to express themselves, rushing onto the stage and singing, achieving great success with a large audience applauding. Doris took off her coat, rushed onto the stage, and sang with them, finally overcoming her psychological barrier. Ronald tore a piece of paper from his typewriter and read it aloud. It seemed a little disjointed. It seemed that being a singer didn't have as many psychological barriers as performing in public. Moreover, during auditions, actors can be chosen based on their looks and physique if they're shy, but how can a singer be accepted if they can sing? Besides, this part still needs to be discussed with Jean and Antonia. Ronald is extremely cautious about incorporating real-life scenarios into the script, especially since they are already actors on set. However, Lucy's metaphor has been approved for use in the script. It can be placed in the scene where Hillary and Coco are jealous of Leroy and have a verbal sparring session during dance practice. Hillary, I love his black, curvy ass, to Leroy, Coco, go steal men from somewhere else. Leroy is already taken. Hillary, don't be so confident, my dear. Coco, I'm not your dear. Fuck my dear. Hillary, thanks, then I won't be polite, looking at Leroy with a double meaning. Coco, impossible, Leroy doesn't like white girls. Hillary, it's nice to change things up once in a while, not eating blackberries is fine too. Coco, the darker the blackberry, the sweeter the juice, sweetheart. Hillary, that's true, but who wants diabetes? How did you come up with this banter between the girls? Ronnie, director Alan Parker saw this and praised it highly. If you ask me, you're a genius at writing dialogue. Huh? I didn't come up with it myself, I heard it from someone else, copied it, and then combined it. What about Doris's ending? Why didn't we see a scene where Doris overcomes her obstacles and sings bravely? Alan Parker was still more concerned about Doris's storyline. To be honest, I've run into some logical obstacles, Director Parker. I'm still trying. Okay, keep trying. Ronald then went to producer De Silva. Mr. De Silva, hot lunch is indeed a bit problematic. Someone rushed to film it. I've said it many times, let professionals handle professional matters. Ronald, you don't understand film distribution. Don't flaunt your pitiful knowledge. Eileen Carla's successful rise to power made the producer smug, and Ronald felt the producer was less patient with him than before. Fine, maybe he's right. Let the professionals in distribution handle it. I just happened to land a distribution deal. I don't even know how the box office will turn out or if I'll get a share. After Alan Parker received Ronald's script of the girls' dialogue, he immediately had his assistant make dozens of copies on blue-colored paper, replacing the original white pages of the script. This is a common practice in British filmmaking. If a finalized script needs revision, the pages requiring changes are removed from the original white copies, and the revised pages are replaced with a different colored copy. This makes it immediately clear to the actors where changes have been made and where they need to rememorize their lines. It also makes managing the crew on set easier, as the director might make impromptu script changes at any time, and using different colors to mark the versions prevents confusion. Ronald was handling an increasing number of characters' scripts, including Jean's story, Hillary's story, and Coco's story. The key plot points Ronald revised accounted for just over a third of the main characters' stories. If you include Doris's complete story, which he hadn't yet fully revised, it's close to half. Not to mention that Ronald's revisions were all crucial plot points that changed the characters and their eventual fates. The updated script with new dialogue was distributed to the actors and assistant directors. The smell of the photocopier hadn't dissipated, and the rebinding marks were still clearly visible. One script after another was handed to the actors by the assistants. Antonia, this is yours. Jean, this is yours. Antonia, what does it say? Have my lines been changed? PFFT, Antonia couldn't help but laugh when she saw the dialogue Ronald had written about two women vying for one man. She pointed to the revised parts and explained it to Jean. Jean took a pen and marked the unfamiliar words with phonetic symbols only he recognized. Ha, do you girls really talk like that? Jean asked with a laugh. More or less, a few rich girls in my class all talk like that. Antonia, recalling the Hillarys in her ballet class, chuckled again. Ronald's lines were so sarcastic, so realistically portraying the character's true colors. Ronald walked into the rehearsal room and began distributing cokes. Dude, that line of yours is absolutely brilliant. I don't want to get diabetes. Ha, it's killing me. Jean ran over and shoved the script at Ronald. How did you come up with that, man? I just rearranged what I heard. Ronald smiled and picked up the script, flipping through it casually. Many pages had turned blue, and some were pink, indicating that certain sections had been revised twice. Ronald closed the script. This was the origin of the film. All the scenes, shots, characters, dialogues, and actions were marked in the script. The images and sounds presented on the screen originated from this thick script. The words, through the combined efforts of the director and actors, were captured by the camera lens, and light fell onto the film, causing some wonderful chemical reactions. Finally, with the help of silver foil, beautiful dynamic images were preserved. The script's cover was a slightly thicker yellow cardstock, with Hot Lunch prominently displayed at the top, and the title in smaller print below. In the lower right corner were a few lines of small print. The contents of this script are confidential and copyrighted by MGM Studios. Reproduction without permission is prohibited. The words final draft were in the middle, and the playwright's name was listed next to it in the standard format, original screenplay, Christopher Gore. And. No, there's no and. Why isn't my name in the credits? Ronald put the script on the table, pointing to the cover and asking Director Parker. That's not my responsibility, Ronald. You can ask David. Have you found inspiration for Doris's script? I'm still thinking about it, Director. I've run into some difficulties and am trying to figure out how to get around them. Ronald went back to producer David De Silva. Why isn't my name in the credits, Mr. De Silva? Ronald pointed to the credits on the cover and asked the producer. I don't remember you signing a screenwriting contract with us, right? Revisions are one thing, credits are another. Alan also revised a lot of the script, and he wasn't credited either, but I had a verbal agreement with Director Parker. He promised me that if I wrote well, he would add my name to the screenwriter's credits. Then you need to confirm with Alan. Being credited is a serious matter. The Writers Guild has to handle it. You'd better get a written confirmation from Alan. Producer De Silva then sent Ronald to find the director. Director, Mr. De Silva said my credit must be confirmed by you before it can be put in the screenwriter's credits. You promised me that if my work was accepted, I would be credited on the script. Yes, I promised. This is probably just a typo. They'll correct it soon. I'll have my assistant follow up on this, and you'll be added to the next draft. I'm very busy right now, Ronald. You see, dance rehearsals, and the upcoming play rehearsals, I have a lot to do. You should think more about how to write Doris's story. How to help her overcome her shyness and timidity about performing on stage and become confident enough to perform in front of an audience. Acting. Your acting isn't very good. Ronald's heart grew colder. The script cover said final draft. After the final draft, all of Ronald's revisions were replaced with colored cardstock. Previous revisions were simply photocopied. This meant there would be no next draft. Based on Ronald's experience on the high school rock set, the production company would send the final credits of the film to various industry unions. The actors' credits went to the Screen Actors Guild, and actors with pay records could get an SGA card. The directors' credits went to the Directors Guild, and those who met the requirements would be invited to join. If the Writers Guild did the same, then this final draft would be sent to the Guild, and since he wasn't on the list, he couldn't possibly join the Writers Guild with this film's script. This didn't make sense. On the high school rock set, the script cover had 2 writers' names on it, showing that the Writers Guild didn't require only one writer's name per film, unlike the Directors Guild. This didn't make sense. Why couldn't he add his own name? Mr. Parker, you may not know, but I used to work on Hollywood film sets. This is the final version of the script. Why not add my name to the screenwriter credits? Ronald asked bluntly. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.